welcome into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. It's playoff Saturday here in Boise. Today, the Boise State Valorant team looks to claim their own Mountain West Championship. I'm your host, Michael Fisher, joined by a very special guest, but that's what the Overwatch trophy looks like. Fresh in today, Doc Haskell dropped it off, and the Valorant team wants to add one of their own to the collection. They'll take on San Diego State in our semifinals, and if they win, they will play most likely San Jose State, who's a very, very talented team, but a team that Boise State took to 3 games in the regular season and might have a chance to add that championship trophy. Before we get to that, of course, I am joined by the new Valorant coach for Boise State, being added as a varsity sport in the fall, Alex Nakkoba Moore. Nakkoba, I mean, usually you'd be giving strats. Now you got to give them to me up here on the desk.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this goes. You know, it'll be a little infrequent you see me on the caster desk, but I'm glad to be here.
And we were talking a lot before this match. You were giving me some notes. As you know, I haven't been on the Valorant desk as often. You said these teams played a 3-game series in the regular season. SDSU did end up winning, but it was a very, very close series between these two teams. Yeah,
it was the very first season match, like you said. The first one was on Bind, where our team was able to get the victory in a 14-12 overtime. Game 2 was fairly one-sided the other way, actually. I think that one was on Ascent, where San Diego State won 13-2 or so. It was a rough game.
Yeah.
But then game 3 took it back to it was Bind, and that one ended up being 14-12, and it was just a super close series in that first and third game.
And these teams seem very evenly matched. You see your Mountain West Valorant standings here. We talked about San Jose State. They have quite the accomplished team. If we play them in the finals, we will talk more about them. But San Diego State 7-1, Boise State right behind them at 6-2. So a very, very close matchup. We already went through the map bans before our cast started. So it looks like San Diego State banned Splint, Boise State banned Icebox, and we're going to Haven first. And from the Boise State team, what you know about them, do you think they would have liked that Haven choice in that first map, or how do you think that favors our matchup here?
As long as they definitely are big fans of the bans from both teams. Split and Icebox are our least favorite maps, so getting rid of them is just a big help for the confidence of our team going into this.
We'll be followed up by Bind, which you talked about, and then Ascent for our potential Game 3. Best of 3 semifinals, 2 very, very evenly matched teams. You mentioned multiple games going to overtime in the regular season. I would expect these to be very, very closely matched. And I mean, we talk about it all the time in games like this for the top fragger for both teams. Is there a name? If you're a Boise State fan, you missed the regular season game for San Diego State that you need to be watching out for, that if he's popping off, this could be a long series?
Yeah, I think the one to watch out for is going to be Ethan Bandito. He actually had to take a step away from it a little bit. He actually went on vacation, missed a few games, but he's looking to come back swinging. He's definitely one of our top fraggers. He's always playing like the Reyna or the Jet and just flying in and just making those crazy plays. Watch out for him on an op because he's accurate.
Yeah, whichever team has the better opera in games like this usually will win. And I'm very excited to see if Boise State's able to prevail. I mean that championship trophy has to be extra motivation. I know you didn't get to show the players. There's a couple in arena. You said your hat and Lycan are behind me over to my right. I mean, you show them that trophy if they make the finals. I'm sure that's just even extra motivation, not to mention those championship rings that we've been bragging all about for Overwatch. So you have a pretty easy job as a coach. It's like, hey, do you want some hardware? Here it literally is. You can add this to your collection in just a few hours.
Yeah, all you got to do is click some heads and win some games. That's all it takes. But no, it's a really tough matchup. It's incredible to see how strong this Mountain West conference really is. Just in this Valorant scene. It's their first time actually branching out into this game. And looking at the trophy right there, it's just beautiful. Look for a Valorant one coming up.
Yeah, Boise State added that in Overwatch a few weeks ago, and just a fantastic series against UNLV. As the 2 seed, this time they'll have to do it as the 3-seeded Valorant, an upset over San Diego State, and then, as we mentioned, most likely San Jose State in the finals. The Spartans, a very, very talented team that Boise State will have their work cut out for them, but it's Fisher.Koba here to call all of the action. We will have the finals regardless of what happens. But you see there, not only do you have the trophy, there's what the Overwatch rings looks like. I mean, it's pretty simple. You just race the word Overwatch, put Valorant over the top, throw in a Mountain West logo. There's a lot at stake for these players, and I guess that's one nice thing, since they're the last game going on, they kind of know what they could win. I mean, for Overwatch, they probably didn't know what that sick trophy looked like. Valorant, they got a pretty clear idea.
Yeah, I mean, it even came as a surprise to me seeing the Overwatch one come in today. It's really cool just being able to look at that, have that in arena, be like, hey, let's get some more of these. This is the future of Boise. And just looking at those rings, swap out that NECC or play versus for a Mountain West logo for Valorant, maybe.
Yeah, it's pretty easily doable, I'm sure, and it would be a great way to sort of welcome the Valorant team in. As we mentioned, they are becoming a full varsity program in the fall. You're taking over as the head coach, so that would be a fantastic way to go here. It sounds like we do have an interview coming up before we get into the game. See who that it might be with. But, yeah, I mean, it's got to be easy for as the coach, there's a lot of expectations for you, and that'd be a great way to say, look, we weren't even a varsity program and already won us a championship. Like, what more do you want with me? That's job security if I've ever heard of it.
Yeah, definitely.
It does sound like we do have an interview coming up here. Not sure who with. Into the fall varsity roster for Boise State. What does that exactly mean going forward?
So Valorant is going to be part of our broadcast now. What we're finding is that we have a really talented group of players in this space. You hear some of the audio in there too. And Coach Moore and I spent a lot of time talking about, do we want this to be, what does it mean for it to be actual varsity? It means that we select the teams.
Yep.
We're still going to support student-led teams, which is fine.
Yeah.
But we're going to select the best of the best team, and we're going to manage those practice and those competition settings. We're going to provide a very modest to start scholarship amount to honor the commitment that they're making and to offset some of their school costs. But it is really right at the beginning. We have to develop funding sources to be able to fully recruit that. We're going to start with the players that we have. But Coach Moore had lots and lots of time to think about it. I kept putting it in his I said, this would be part of your portfolio. Is this something you want to do? And he thought about it long and hard, loves the players that we have, loves the players that are going to come in and vie for those positions, including some well-known players from other varsity games at our school to maybe try to freshen up their interest in those. There are going to be some names that you're really, really surprised are going to jump ship to Valorant.
And where do you think in the long haul, just in collegiate esports, do you think Valorant's going to fall in the hierarchy? I mean, we know League of Legends is kind of the top dog. Overwatch is sort of tied with Rocket League. Riot's throwing a ton of money at Valorant. Where do you eventually see this game falling in? Do you think it's going to be as popular as League of Legends, or maybe fall in that Rocket League and Overwatch tier where it's still very popular, it's just a little bit lower? Stay adding Valorant to the fall varsity roster. Koba joining as the head coach, just adding to his growing duties here. And first, before he gets to be a head coach, he gets to be a caster, and hopefully you get to watch your team make it to the finals, where then you do get to take a break. We will have the Voiceless One come in for the finals, and then you'll be able to coach the boys up. And that's what we need you most. We don't need you for the semis. We need you for the finals.
Yeah, that's the goal. We'll have to first just one step at a time. Can't look too far ahead. And San Diego State's a strong team, so definitely need to make sure we bring our A game for this first one.
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice to see that we have these three teams. Apologies to the fourth place team. I mean, it's expected that San Jose State might kind of roll them over. That we have three very talented teams in Valorant, because in some of the, for League of Legends, for Overwatch, it feels like maybe there's two teams at the very top, and then everyone else is a few tiers behind, and you don't really see any upsets. But I mean, it really does feel like either of these teams could come out and make it to the finals between Boise State and San Diego State. As we wait for our final moments before we get into game number one, we get Doc's keys to the game in Valorant. Callouts are critical. Watch your corners, call out ability use, and track enemy econ. It's all brought to you by Account, who's at Trust Global Network, delivers real-time fraud prevention, account protection, enables a personalized customer experience for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers, quick and accurate identity trust decisions, deliver safe payments, account creation, and login events while reducing digital fraud, chargeback, false positives, and manual reviews. If you want to stay safe online, go check them out at count.com. It's the Mountain West semifinals in Valorant. Boise State and San Diego State about to get going on to Haven, which will be our first map in this best of three. One team will have a chance to add the championship trophy to their list. The other team will have to go home and regroup for the fall semester coming up, but we're getting ready to go into it. I'm excited to see how Boise State's going to respond. You mentioned we had games going to overtime in the regular season. We could be here for a while in this semifinal, Koba, it feels like.
Yeah, they could really see the series going either way, and they're both just really close teams. We've got some really tough competition, and I'm excited to see what brings out on Haven.
I'm excited to see how Boise State responds. Boise State, the playoffs in some games haven't gone hand in hand. It's the Valorant's turn to do that and maybe write a different script, right? That the playoffs is when they are even better than they are in the regular season. They come in at 6-2, the 3 seed, San Diego State 7-1, the 2 seed. And we're hoping to hop right into Haven. As we mentioned, we will go Haven, Bind, and Ascent. They took care of the map bans before the cast, so we already know the order that we will go in. So it will be very exciting to see how Boise State responds as we see the teams there. Shells, Dreammaker, Bandito, who Kobo mentioned is the top fragger for Boise State. If he's popping up, it will be a good night for Boise State. Lycan and Your Hat with the two members on the far right. You can see up at the top of your screen are in the Game Pants Arena, trying to bring them some good luck on that blue turf. And Boise State's had quite a few memorable wins over San Diego State on that blue turf, hoping to add just one more to the repertoire here this afternoon. And as we mentioned, the finals will be coming up after, and we hope to see Boise State in it. But much like the Overwatch, we will broadcast the finals regardless of who's in as we get into our operator picks.
Here it is. Looks like we're seeing Boise State on the defenders, but we can see San Diego State attacking on this first map. We see a few typical picks. We see Your Hat locking in the Phoenix. We see Omen. We see Cypher. But looks like San Diego State hasn't quite decided what they want. They're still kind of figuring it out, building out their comp.
Yeah, and you would have to assume with the Reyna there for San Diego State, maybe the Jet as well. Those are probably the two fraggers that you want to watch out for if you are Boise State. So those are probably the names you're going to want to know here very quickly. As it looks like Boise State all ready to go. San Diego State, as you mentioned, maybe a little bit of last-minute nerves, still pretty unsure on what they want to pick on those last 4 ops.
Yeah, they're just kind of cycling through their options, seeing what they really want to go for. They're getting close. Got 2 of them. Just have to see if they decide to lock in. I'd be surprised if they don't go with the Sova here. Sova is just almost a mainstay in most maps, but especially Haven. You just have so many different areas. You can take those arrows, get some intel, or get some shock darts in. They are going to lock in the Astra, and looks like it will be the Sova and the Reyna as well.
Yeah, a bit of a, I would say a little bit of memeing there for San Diego State, is the Reyna never picked off the Reyna, just refused to lock in until 0 seconds left on the clock. So probably knew what they wanted to do for quite a long time. As you mentioned, yeah, the Sova's got to be a mainstay in a game like Valorant. Information is just so vital. Information is almost at times more critical than kills. So watch for Rolf to be maybe the mainstay. And if you mentioned Dreammaker, those two guys have a lot of pressure on them in those mid rounds to get each team as much information as possible.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. We see Boise State starting off with this pistol round. See a few frenzies coming out. We'll have to see if they decide to go for any of the shorties or see what kind of strategy they want to look. Looks like we've got 2 sitting in A, 2 near B, and 1 at C, being that Cypher. Cypher usually is able to kind of hold a site by himself. He's just can get so much intel with his traps or with his camera. So it's definitely probably the optimal choice so he's to start it out.
Yeah, the pistol round's so important because, as we've talked about in the past, I mean, that could most likely will transition into immediate second round win. You're just going to have so much more cash flow than the other team from that first round victory that unless, you kind of hard throw a little bit, 1 round win should easily make you go up 2-0. So there's a lot of pressure, especially on Boise State coming in as the slight underdog. If you can go up 2-0 right away, you're putting a little bit of pressure on San Diego State. And as you mentioned, this is the first Valorant playoff, so there's nerves that these players probably really haven't experienced in the regular season or other tournaments.
Yeah, this, like you said, this is the first Mountain West. They have been competing in a few other tournaments throughout the year, so they might have a little bit of experience, but it's just such a new game. All these players are just going to be fairly fresh in the scene. We see them kind of setting up around A and B. They're a little undecided, kind of want to see where Boise State's setting up their defenses at, but for now they're just kind of sitting at the elbow over there.
Yeah, you see Jet has taken quite a bit of damage for San Diego State, and now here comes the full push and immediately going to get a pick.
First one. Gonna take out Bandito. That's a solid start, but there's only 45 seconds left. They're gonna have to start pushing into A. Looks like they've got the setup. Looks gonna be a retake coming for Boise.
Oh, they knew he was in heaven even with the Astra smoke out.
Yeah, looks like they're taking it up. They're just cleaning things out. And yeah, that's going to be a flawless for San Diego State in that pistol round.
Yeah, I didn't quite see what happened. Durag, as you mentioned, was probably about 20 HP and then was able to pick off Bandito in the 1v1 of the Jet. So I don't quite know if he maybe got a sneaky angle on him, but I thought Boise State had the small advantage with the health, and then they just immediately got wiped and tried to retake that site, especially when they gunned down Dreammaker from heaven. There's not a whole lot Boise State could do.
Yeah, that's one of those crazy things about Valorant is that even if you have the health advantage or the player advantage, you can always just see these insane plays come out. It's just someone just clicks the head a little bit better, they can take the round. And so we see the advantage coming in for San Diego State. They're going to have a bit better buys. Expecting to see some SMGs. See them working their way over towards C.
Yeah, they're going to full push C. Boise State had nobody watching C long.
See them come for Lycan, but able to get the first pick.
But unfortunately, all Boise State was able to get there.
Yeah, it all comes down to Bandito now, but in a 1v4, it's really difficult to kind of find any success, especially with just the classic. I was able to get one pick on Crayola.
Maybe he gets an exit frag here.
Yeah, I think that's really the goal, is just kind of try and get a few picks on the outside, see what he can deny for San Diego State, but they are going to just find Bandito in the end.
Unfortunately, when he got that pick onto Crayola, information got passed over to San Diego State, and in a situation of 1v3, if you don't move and they know exactly where you killed their last teammate, they're going to have a pretty easy time finding you. But that's all you really could do. Look for an exit frag, get some extra cash, and a great start here for San Diego State early on.
Yeah, they're looking strong here. We're going to see a lot of rifles for them coming out. We do see a Phantom coming out on Lycan, but we'll have to see what else Boise State's able to come up with on this third round. They're a little strapped for cash at this point.
Now, usually by the third round, even if you've lost the first two, you are able to at least get an SMG or a cheap AR, so they won't be stuck with just pistols. As San Diego State looks like they're, they want to spread the love around. For now, it looks like they want to push B.
Yeah, they're just shifting it up every round, swapping to a different site. They're really keeping Boise State on their toes here. See after setting up those smokes, you see Durad planting already. Your head slowly peeks around the corner. He's going to find one. Meanwhile, most of San Diego State's pulling back on the outside. Have to see if Boise State's going to be able to comfortable enough to look for the defuse.
Another pick there. They know Wolf's up in that window.
Careful now.
And he's just going to start. Your hat's going to heal. Oh. Gets a nice poke on Crayola, but he's going to find that elimination. And Boise State does bring it back. That's going to really help their economy, especially with saving 2 rifles.
Ooh, we're not quite able to get an exit frag from either. Yeah, that was a great job by Boise State. Unfortunately, so much smoke on the point from San Diego State that overzealous plant there was kind of their doom, because they didn't really have anyone to back them up. They were trying to shoot long angles, and Boise State was able to hold, just get an easy defuse off, even without wiping the side of San Diego State.
Yeah, I think they were looking to kind of find Boise State on the rotations, get that quick plant, and just catch Boise out trying to rotate towards the B site, but it just didn't quite work out. Boise played calm and collected, and they were able to take their time and wait until the right opportunity to defuse.
I would see a bit more of a 2-1-2 here from San Diego State.
Yeah, a bit more of a new strategy again. They came prepared for Haven. They have a lot of different looks that they want to go for.
Looks like they're going to bail on C long. They're just kind of hanging around there, but
yeah, we see the Jet still hoping at that window near B, but Boise's pretty prepared. They're holding out. We only see the Dreammaker at A. So we'll have to see if they decide to rotate. We see the bomb moving towards it slowly. They're a little undecided where they want to go. We're trying to be quiet.
The Dreammaker should have the angle on A long if you can see there just kind of that flashlight effect on the top of the map of where he can see. So we do see Bandito already has the ult online.
Yeah, he's looking here, a few shots, but so far no one's really taken damage. They're going to fully move their way into A, and they're going to take the site.
Going to get the plant down. Dreammaker barely survives in heaven there.
Yeah, taking a bit of damage, but as long as he's still alive, got a nice trade of kills there. Shells take a bit of damage from the Astra. And this is a messy round. It's just all across the board. There's fights going off.
Last player standing.
Call comes down to Shells. It's going to be a 1v1 versus him and Cypher. And Crayola is going to take the round. He's going to bring it back to San Diego State with 15 HP.
Now, unfortunately, that first pick for San Diego State was onto Bandito, so the Jet ult for the Broncos got absolutely no value. And when you're on a duelist like that, you have an ult that doesn't get at least one pick, definitely hurts a lot.
Yeah, definitely, and especially if it's suitable to see, but if you spot a rifle at the same time, a lot of times you'll see people kind of hold on to that ult and just use it so that when they're not able to buy a rifle, they're still able to have a strong weapon. But if you lose a rifle at the same time, it's just so much worse. We see them setting up for C over here.
Cage trigger.
It looks like Lycan's pretty prepared for it.
You want to fight it?
It looked like people on Boise State were kind of in an eco round this time. A couple pistols coming out.
I see two quick picks coming out for San Diego, but Bandito's going to bring it back with the Sheriff.
Spike planted.
And I see Jet looking for the lurk. He's a bit behind the lines, but it looks like he's just going to meet up with your hat.
Nice pick by Shells there makes it a 3-on-3.
Yeah, if they're able to take this eco round, that's going to be huge for Boise, but Rolf is going to win that battle. Both Boise members peeking from the same spot. It's going to be really difficult to find much success here.
Last player standing.
Call comes down to the Phoenix.
Vito maybe get an exit frag. They know exactly where he is.
Yeah, that's going to take him out. That'll be another round for San Diego State with a 5-1 lead.
Again, it looked like 4 HP
4-1,
there.
excuse me.
Those 4 HP for Hachi nearly got taken out. But yeah, as you mentioned, Kobe, you can't have two members standing in the exact same spot because that's, if one gets found out, they can kind of just spray the other one down. You don't have a flank attempt there. Just unfortunate for Boise State, they just got caught rotating over to C too late.
Yeah, just once you get in the farther rounds, if you're down in numbers, just having, you really need different angles and different looks so you can kind of draw them into different firing patterns. But you're come from the same spot, it becomes really difficult at that point, especially when you're on the time crunch with the spike being planted.
Yeah, and on the eco round as well. It does look like both sides do have 3 ults up. I'm curious to see if anyone wants to use them this round, especially maybe the run it back for Boise State to give him an extra life for the Phoenix.
Nice quick pick by Dream over here, but he's going to be taken out by Hachi. Shells getting the flank as well.
Spike down A.
And they know where the spike is. That's huge for Boise State. They just have to protect that spike, try and keep San Diego State from being able to take it.
Operator for Bandito doesn't get smoked off in heaven though.
He's going to take a blind shot, but not going to be able to find GDP over there.
One more time.
Looks like they are planting. No, just pulled it off.
One
If I can get another pick, it all comes down to Crayola again.
Down A.
He seems to really be that last op. He's always the one on the outsides of the battle, just kind of looking to clean things up. But
I do think Lycan got the ult off as well, which Cypher ult is just absolutely insane with the amount of information it gives you. I mean, there's no real way to win when a Cypher ult goes out.
yeah, it's so hard just to... your opponents know everything. They know exactly where you are, what you're looking for, what sites you're at.
Yep.
And it just makes it way too difficult to really find success. And props to Lycan for using it at that right time. If you use it too early, you might not see much, as they can just rotate to a new side or just kind of figure out a new strategy.
Yeah, that was it's a very powerful ult, and it was a perfect time for Boise State to use it to kind of get back in, clear out all the guns for San Diego State. Now we see the Hunter's Fury come out.
Oh, nice pick for Lycan after. See the jet? There's the second one coming in. Both the duelists over here.
Another pick for your hat. You see all of San Diego State is in C long except for their Cypher.
Yeah, and Rolf's looking low, and Lycan's going to pick up a third.
Spike down C.
It all comes down to Crayola. And in 1v4, he's probably just going to look to try and survive. Maybe look for a few picks on the outside.
Yeah, pick on to Bandito would be huge, not only because he's low HP, but he is the opper for Boise State. And if that op goes down, that is a significant cash reinvestment Boise State would have to make.
Yeah, definitely, especially if he's able to pick it up for himself, share it with someone on his team. I think GDP is a pretty big opper as well. That's just a huge change in money. But so far, no one's able to find him.
He's sitting on the B site there. You can see Boise State is basically spread out, but they all have a secondary angle on at least one other member in case he does try and make a push here. He's actually going to try and peek Lycan.
Up to Lycan, yeah. Throws out the smoke.
He's just running.
And
ooh,
he
nice pick.
finds Shells.
Cage triggered.
He finds another two. Wow. But Dreamy is going to clean him up finally, but still, he was able to take away 2 rifles from Boise State.
Yeah, that's a significant cash loss for Boise State, even with the round win. So a great little play there by Crayola. As you mentioned, he seems to be that sort of, you know, comeback player for San Diego State. Always the last one alive, always trying to at least get something out of that, you know, final life. And he did a pretty good job here getting 2 picks.
Yeah, he did really well. He was just able to kind of hide out, drop Boise State out, make him look around, figure out what they wanted to do.
Boise State is back to a 4-3 deficit now, and
you see the into the void.
Standing ahead.
Entered the matrix. There we go.
There it is, and we see them spreading out San Diego State again. They're kind of looking at B and A, just seeing where Boise State's defending.
Yeah, say with the op up for Bandito, an A or C push is going to be very, very risky.
Yeah, we do see GTP is able to make it to that other side, but Shells is going to find a pick right there.
Both with one down. Ooh, Lycan's going to get shot from the side.
Yeah, that's going to be huge for Hachi. Look, if he was only had the Sheriff, he's able to pick up a rifle that Lycan was carrying. And looks like we do see the Sova rotating back towards C. That might be where San Diego State's looking to make their move.
Yeah, they do have the Astra all the way at A. Does not have the bomb though, so now Boise State gonna have to track that because they could easily just get picked off from behind.
Yeah, this is a huge lurk coming on for the Astra. Going all the way behind, coming close
Shells
behind Jet and
Dreammaker.
Shells, yeah.
They may not know at all.
Well, we might see it self-port. Nope. And here it comes.
He's gonna get a perfect lurk off.
Actually, moves in a little too quick, and Bendito is able to get the hop, gets a second. It all comes down, and they're taking out Rolf, and that's gonna even this up.
Man, I thought for sure that GDP had the perfect lurk for San Diego State. But I think Shells ends up getting taken out, and I think that's who his target was, so he didn't really have anyone to shoot, so almost a benefit that Shells got taken out here instead of getting shot from behind.
Yeah, right then, Shells pushed up, and we saw Sova make his way over to the side, and he didn't find a target in time. He was just 2 seconds sooner. He would have been the perfect lurk, but it just didn't quite work out for him.
Yeah, Bandito pushed with the op right in time as well to break line of sight. And as you mentioned, perfect double flick there. We saw that in the replay, and that's got to be your target for San Diego State. Is you got to get that op away from Bandito and make him reinvest that $5,000.
Yeah, that's just such a huge buy for him, and he's just able to find so much success with it. We saw him getting 2 close range wins with it, and that was just really turned around for Boise State. And now that's evened up 4-4. We see him moving over towards A. We see him in the elbow. We do see the Reyna over by B, just kind of looking for someone to rotate, but we'll have to see if they're able to find any success. Dream is going to find Astra over there. As he makes his way forward, GDP is looking at half health. But Rolf joined in on the flank and able to help out. Shells is going to pick him up on the side, and we're looking at a 2v3 with a minute left.
Unfortunately, Dream did not see Rolf there. Thought it was just a 1v1. And now it looks like one member for San Diego State is going C, and that is
Jet's got the spike over there.
Yeah, that is the spike carrier.
Everyone hiding.
It looks like they're going to be revealed right there. You see another Lycan ult coming out, and we'll have to see if Boise State's able to use this advantage. The spike's been planted. We see GDP in long. He's only at half health, though. You see the touch. Start coming out, and Your Hat's going to win that fight, and the call comes down to GDP at this point. He's going to raise the wall. He's going to see some blind fire coming out. Gets the halfway, though.
A nice block by Your Hat, just blocking.
And he's going to get the pick as well. Huge win for Boise State. That was with having already won the last round, another full buy from San Diego State. I wouldn't be surprised to see an eco round for San Diego. They're definitely hurting in the economy right now.
Yeah, that was a great job by Lycan getting another ult up and using that perfectly for Boise State to turn around what probably looked like, I would say, a slightly less than favored round at that point. And a great job there by Your Hat kind of being on the same page. He did end up getting a kill on GDP, but his primary goal was to just body block while the spike was being diffused.
Yeah, and he was able to do it well. Just bought enough time. We're able to get the defuse off. See him setting up the defenses here. See Astra setting up. It looks like they're going towards B, at least to start. They do have a few people over on C long, though.
Didn't see too much eco from the
Shell's gonna
side
get a
of
pick.
San Diego State. So Boise State wins this round. They could put the Aztecs in quite the hole.
They're making their way towards B. Looks like we'll have to see. We do see the Lycan still staying at A, just kind of keeping track in case anyone decides to rotate. But for now, they seem pretty content to go for the center site.
The little smoke's going to go down right there.
You see them starting to move away from B. They don't like to look over here. They want to rotate, find something else.
Looks like they're going to go over to C now, where it's only Lycan holding it down at the moment. But Boise State might actually get a good lurk from their own player there. So that was just to run it back. So
yeah, see them making their way. They're all that's left is Lycan. We do see Sova on the side, but he's blocked from the smoke. You see Omen on the way, though. The plant's going to start coming out. They do get the first pick. We're in a 4v4 at this point with 2 low members. You do see the Odin on Dreammaker that was Astra's going to bring out the wall.
There they are.
pretty much all the information they need. Now they just got to get the elimination.
Yeah, he's going to trade 1 for 1. But they're still trading back and forth, but now it comes down to Bandit. And a 1v2 right here. Oh, he's able to get the first pick. He knows where the other one is.
The ult.
Ooh, that was perfect timing. He knew exactly when that wall was going to end and was just able to find that right click, throw all those knives, and get the defuse here. And Boise State's going to just get a little bit of a bigger lead. Yeah, gets the clutch right there.
5 straight round wins for Boise State. Yeah, just a fantastic job by Bandito. As you mentioned, knowing when that wall was going to fade, using that ult, and you can see there in the bottom left of your screen to check out the replay. Now he's got his op back, and I'm sure that's the place exactly he wants to be at.
Yeah, we're getting close towards that side swap. There's only going to be 2 more rounds, excuse me. So we'll have to see who's able to make use of what they have left before they all fully get that reset off.
Yeah, San Diego State does have the Empress available, so this could be a round for Hachi to maybe go in the pop-off moment and get San Diego State back in it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they see. We do see a few of them at C long, but that is where the op is being held. We're going to put the smoke out. We'll have to see if Bandit's able to find any picks through that smoke or on the other side of it.
They're just going to push him hard with that op.
Yeah, he just has to fall back. Might be able to pick here. He's able to get Durag.
Oh, you never peek the op after he kills your first teammate.
2 quick picks. Rolf is going to bring it back a little bit, find shells on the side. Can't quite land that third shot, though. But we see the plant going down. We do see a huge lurk coming out from Lycan all the way in C long. We'll have to see if he's able to pick up on the backside.
3rd kill for Bandito. Crayola goes down as well.
And here comes the defuse. Dreammaker's going to get that ult kill. And Boise State's going to take the round.
Yeah, unfortunately for San Diego State, just a bit of an ego peek there from, I think that was GDP. When your teammate gets shot by the op, the last thing you want to do is then peek the exact same spot and hope you're going to kill the op.
Yeah, I think they were expecting them to fully push back. Thought he was just looking for the single pick, but like you said, he was just way too confident and pushed up.
Yeah, when your teammate dies from the op, you should, let your team know not to be like, oh, don't worry, I'll kill him, guys. Don't worry. That was just an unfortunate, that happens. We've all done that when your teammate gets opped. Like, oh, I'll peek him. I'll peek the opper and win. It happens to the best of us.
We've all done it, yeah. Like, I can win this fight. I've got a classic, but it's enough.
And then you're like, okay, now I know. Never do that again until the next time it happens. And now San Diego State, they've lost 6 in a row. It'd be a great job before they swap to maybe get some of that momentum back and win a round here, because Boise State's got to feel very confident in their final round.
Yeah, 7-4 is pretty strong lead, but we'll have to see how this half is going to end out. Seen a solid offense from San Diego State, but we'll have to see if Boise's able to bring anything else. But we see Bandit looking for the Pico right here. See shells in the high ground, but we see the ult coming out from Sova. Just kind of going to scout out, see where anyone is, see if you can find any damage on the side.
They're probably trying to push Bandito off heaven, just clear up C or A. We do see the jet for San Diego State is pushing up C long.
Yeah, he might find Lycan over there. We do see San Diego's looking to rotate a little bit. Oh, Lycan's going to win the fight.
Didn't even expect him to peek there.
They're making their way towards C, though. I think with that pick, Boise kind of expected them to pull it off. Thought he was alone, but Lycan's making his way back. GDP's going to take out shells on the side.
Yeah, Lycan now has to hold it down. He's got a couple members there. Hachi and Rolf now rotating back. It looks towards B, as you can see the Cypher for San Diego State almost all alone on that B site.
Yeah, your hat's going to get one, but Rolf will take him out. But there's only 15 seconds left. They need to get this plant down.
Vita's going to watch him with the op. One down.
Missed the first one, but 10 seconds. They need to get this plant. He's going to fake it out, but with that, as long as he's not able to get it to triple kill, I think Boise's going to take this round.
Yeah, I was to say, a little bit of aggressive play from Bandito, but Lycan's going to hold it down.
Yeah, it scared me a little bit, charging the sole member who doesn't have the spike, but Boise's going to find that half. And 8-4 is a solid round. Yeah,
8-4 is a great round, means even if you lose the pistol in the following round, you'll still be in the lead. And really just a great rally by Boise State. I mean, this first 5 rounds were all San Diego State for the most part, and Boise State has kind of just taken over since.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a good chance for San Diego to reset. A lot of the times it's expected to be a little bit defender favored, so we'll have to see what kind of strategies Boise State is going to bring out here.
This is the first game of the Mountain West semifinals between Boise State and San Diego State. Finals to follow after this best of 3, and for now the Broncos in a pretty happy spot, but as you mentioned with the defender-favored map, 8-4 is not something that's going to quickly become 12-4. It'll probably be a lot closer in the end.
Yeah, I'm expecting San Diego to find a few rounds. We know they won the pistol round last time. You see Boise State making their way towards A. And it looks like San Diego's mostly expecting it. They've only got one person by C and one person at B, so they're kind of preparing for this A, but Boise State's going to start moving away, rotating towards C again.
GDP in heaven there is able to finally see your hat and Green
It's
Bay.
a little bit of damage.
That's Boise State just like they wanted the alt orb, and they're gonna rotate now maybe towards B. It did force out a huge rotation from the Aztecs though. 4 members over at A at one point.
Yeah, they're definitely a bit confused at Boise State at this point. They don't know what's coming. See Sova making his way towards B. Your hat might be able to find a pick here. Got Lycan up close, but looks like he's not gonna peek. He just wants to play it safe. I think that's the right move.
Definitely quite a bit of damage onto Rolf as well.
Yeah, but your hat's going to finish him off, and Boise State's taking over this B. We're going to see the plant coming in, and San Diego State's going to have a good retake, but Bandit's going to find the pick as well.
San Diego State is coming from the C side. Boise State, unfortunately, not really looking in that direction right now.
Yeah, this might be their opportunity. We do see Dreammakers over there. Dreammaker's going to find one. He's going to find a second. And it comes down to Hachi.
He's able to get one through the smoke. Boise State's got to be careful. 1v4 is unlikely, but more kills just means a bit of money on any member of San Diego State. You want to try and starve him out as much as possible, and he'll run into his death.
Yeah, he tried, but in a 1v4, it's pretty unlikely. There wasn't a whole lot he could do there. Especially since that first round, there's not a whole lot to save onto. It's not holding it off at that point.
No, and that should help Boise State a lot. As we talked about, now they're going to be able to get their SMGs. We'll see. Probably expect San Diego State to have a lot of pistols again, and with any luck, this should result in a pretty easy round for Boise State, at least in terms of gun v gun. You can see only Hachi, who got the one elimination, has anything but a pistol for the Aztecs.
Yeah, we do see a Guardian as well coming out on that Sova, but it's definitely going to be a hard round for San Diego to bring out here. Looks like they're holding around B, but Dreammaker's going to find the wallbang, yeah. That's the one massive benefit of that Guardian, is it just shoots through walls so much better than almost every other gun in the game.
Find roll. They are able to find him.
Crayola's going to find shells on the side, though. You see your hat kind of at C-long, looking over for the Crayola, but most of Boise State's still holding this center of the map.
Yeah, didn't quite see how Crayola was able to sneak up onto shells, but now Boise State wants to full rotate over towards C-long.
Yeah, they're making their way, and there's not too much of a defense here. The Aztecs are mostly expecting, we see one at A, two near B, but we'll have to see what they're doing. We see Seth moving up a little closer. See the flash coming out along with the wall. Crayola's going to win the fight.
Down, C. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
They're struggling here. It's just the difference in the guns just made this round too difficult. They found some really strong picks. I think if it was a little more even, they might have been able to pull that out, but it's just too difficult with the rifles versus pistols.
And that's the benefit to winning the pistol round, is your second round turns into this, as you mentioned. I think for the most part, even guns, it feels like San Diego State probably would have ended up winning, especially Crayola getting 2 huge picks, but Boise State with all the ARs and the SMGs, and San Diego State with those pistols makes a pretty big difference. Now we should all be on even playing field though, so Boise State's got to be careful. Don't want to let San Diego State get back in this.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a big round here if Boise State's able to just continue the dominance and just continue their 8-winner streak right here.
I think this is 9. They'd be going for 10 in a row.
Whew.
It was at 1.4-1 San Diego State.
Yeah, it's definitely a struggle so far, but you see Boise looking towards C. But with only the Reyna there, it's not too much defense, and Bandit's going to find the Bulldog kill.
The Hunter's Fury coming out already from Dreammaker. That's going to clear up C pretty well for Boise State if they're able to get there with the spike. Unfortunately, their spike is going to be the very furthest back on the team.
Yeah, we do see Durag was able to pick off Lycan and B, but meanwhile, as they push back to retake the spike, they're able to find a pick on Bandit. We do see the plant finally coming out for Boise State. See 2 people peeking, but they're just not quite able to see Omen over there.
That's done.
Nice pick onto Rolf.
Yeah, that's huge. Durag was able to get onto the side, but Boise knows he's there and comes down to Jet and not able to do it.
That was a fantastic kind of salvage for Boise State because they had C totally cleared. Unfortunately, they just didn't have the spike with them.
Yeah, it took a little while for them to actually get that plant down, and time was kind of running out. I think it was a huge pick when they were able to find Lycan over at B, just give a chance for the flank, but they just weren't quite able to bring it out. Too many gun game victories. See an interesting spray across the wall there, but Boise State's spreading out again.
And they still have 2 ults to use with the Phoenix and the Jet.
Get
They
out
could
of my way.
easily see the Jet all immediately go down.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they decide to do it with 2 people holding C long. See Lycan pushing up a little bit. Just kind of want to see what's going on to B. Now I know Sova's over there. To make their way a little bit closer to the site. There's a Cypher over there, so I have to be a little careful, but gonna send out the drone, get a bit of scouting information. Your Hat's gonna win the fight there. Bandit's gonna get the kill with the knives as well.
Ooh, and
There's the runner back.
Which gives them perfect information, exactly what they need. They'll trade that, and now it's a 1v5 for Hachi.
Yeah, this is a rough chance. It's one of those where you're so far behind, you feel like you need to force it, but at this point they might need to just look for picks and try and save the rifle, see what they can do. See the darts coming out from Sova. I don't think it was able to see. Oh, that's Lycan. I thought we were watching random. Got mixed up there, but Bam's going to find the flawless with those knives.
Say, as you mentioned, it feels like you have to make a play and get momentum back for your team. But at the same time, you probably, as you said, you need to get some exit picks.
This goes here.
Just try and at least make Boise State spend some extra cash, as the Broncos are going to be pretty fully kitted for this potential final round here, as the Broncos on match point now.
Yeah, but so far I'm only seeing 1 rifle for the Aztecs. We do see the Bulldog coming out as well. So far Jets hasn't quite decided what they want to go for, but they're going to need to win 8 straight rounds to try and bring this back.
Well, Jet does have the ult, and as you talked about, sometimes players will just use the pistol with that ult. So I'm expecting that's what Durag's going to be doing. Hachi's in a very aggressive position.
Yeah, Lycan looked in. He was just able to turn the corner with this crosshair on point. But he's going to get picked off by GDP.
They did lose the Jet as well for San Diego State. They didn't even get the ult off.
See them making their way through this A short. Right. It's in a 2v4 at this point, but they have to find success. Aztecs need to find some kind of pick here. Plant comes out for Boise.
Oh, that's 1 pick. This is all the pressure on Crayola now.
Crayola's got to win this, but he's not going to be able to do it. And that's going to be the first game coming out for Boise State.
Fantastic job there by Boise State. Don't forget that the Idaho Codes is a sponsored summer computer science program open to all 7th through 12th grade students in every Idaho school district. Teaching coding and programming courses, students who complete Idaho Codes have various credit opportunities and can network with those in industry. Please encourage students in every district to register at www.idahocodes.org. The program is free for the first 1,000 students registered. There are options to participate either on campus or online. They're also looking for local college students with a background in coding to be mentors for Idaho Codes. It pays up to $2,000. Boise State now potentially 1 map away from appearance in the Mountain West Championships, and honestly just not something you would expect in a game like Valorant to win 12 straight rounds for Boise State, go from down 4-1 to winning 13-4. That has to go a long way, not only in the mental for Boise State, but for San Diego State. They could not buy a break. And they're going to be using this break trying to figure out what exactly do they do right now to try and break Boise State, because they have nothing going for them.
Yeah, that was just a solid round for Boise State.
Yep.
Just 13 straight, like you said. San Diego just wasn't able to find any success on that back half. They had a solid start. We'll have to look to see if they're able to bring a strong start to this next map as well. I believe we're going to Bind.
Yeah.
So that was Boise State's pick, but they do have the defense or the choice of sides for the Aztecs, so we'll have to see what they kind of are looking for. But Bind was the 1 map Boise State took the first time they played.
Yeah, Boise State looking like a very, very dominant team right now. They want to get into that final. They saw that trophy we've talked about, the Overwatch Mountain West Trophy in Arena today, and they have been absolutely dominant. And yeah, I mean, you get the map pick, as you mentioned. Whoever picks the map, the other team does get a pick if they want to defend or attack first. But I could see, I mean, early on, especially if Boise State wins this first pistol round coming out of the break, they then turn that maybe into a 2-0 immediately. Then you might see San Diego State pressing. I don't know who the in-game leader is for the Aztecs, but there's a lot of pressure on whoever the leadership is for that team to really rally the troops, because to lose 12 straight in a game like Valorant is sometimes indicative it's either going to be a blowout or just it's not your game, you're having bad luck, because usually it's pretty back and forth. As you mentioned, multiple games in the regular season went to overtime. The only stomp was on the side of San Diego State stomping out Boise State. I don't think really either of us expected a 13-4 just dominating win there on the first map.
Yeah, that was impressive. We know all these are some of the top teams in the country, and just being able to cement yourself and just plant like, yeah, this is Boise State. This is how we win Haven, and this is what we bring to the semifinals. It's incredible to see, and we'll have to see what they decide to bring out for this next map.
Yeah, Boise State, San Diego State getting a little bit of a break before game number 2. Now Boise State one map away, as we mentioned, from the Mountain West Championships. Fully expect them to play San Jose State, but you never know. Anything can happen in the other semifinal, but the Spartans are a very, very incredibly talented team, and Boise State will have their work cut out for them. But right now they're focusing on the Aztecs. One more map, as you mentioned, Bind. If we do have a map 3, we will go to Ascent, which was SDSU's map choice, so who knows what could happen if you get to a map 3. I'm sure Boise State would love a similar performance. Go down 4-1, win 12 in a row. I mean, you take that every time, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. It's just feels so good when you're able to actually come back from a it wasn't even a huge deficit being down 4 rounds. It definitely hurts, but just making a statement, just being staple and winning that many rounds in a row is impressive. I mean, we haven't even seen that in the Masters going on, the first international Valorant tournament happening right now in Reykjavik. Just incredible performance by the Broncos.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic from Boise State. I would assume with the players maybe taking a little bit of a mental break, we will throw it to a break ourselves. We will have to see how close we are to getting back into that next game. But Boise State and San Diego State looking to go here into game 2. But yeah, let's take a quick break before we get back into game 2. We'll be right back. If Boise get a spot in the finals, we'll find out after this short break.
BFC is launching the greatest events of the summer, so gamers know that they are never alone. Brought to you by Antares Gaming and Never Alone Gaming, gaming teams that build a better future for mental health. And Esports Tower, paving the way for education in esports for the youth. We want the community to know that we stand together and we are united in spreading mental health awareness. We are also proud to announce that we are expanded into new games. This summer, gaming events are back.
Oh, no, come on! That's insane! Oh my god! No! Oh my goodness!
Tried to keep it in play. Ain't no!
It's over! Yo, ability. Gets it. Grace is your winner. He goes down 1 HP. Oh, no!
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives. And led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Welcome back into the Boise State Game Fans Esports Arena. Boise State is now one map away from their appearance in the first ever Mountain West Valorant Finals. They just took down San Diego State in dominating fashion on Haven, 13-4, in a game that included 12 straight Bronco round victories to rally from being down 4-1. You see your hat and Lycan in arena preparing to go, trying to close things out against San Diego State. The team that Boise State played incredibly close in the regular season, a 2-1 overall victory for the Aztecs, but multiple maps going into overtime, and now it's Boise State trying to shut the door on the Aztecs' chances, win it on a map that they picked. They picked Bind as the third overall seed. If we mentioned the Aztecs will get side selection here, Koba, and is there you talked to the players a little bit during our break, as we see there's the Overwatch trophy, so slap on the Valorant logo, and that's exactly what the Boise State team is competing for here today. Is there a side preference for Boise State? I mean, what were the thoughts from the players that you talked to after that kind of dominating round one victory?
Yeah, Bind's one of those few maps where we feel fairly confident on attacking as well. It's one of the only ones that where it's fairly equal, and so we're pretty happy on either side of it. So we're really glad that we were able to choose this one, so that when they pick the side, we're always comfortable. We're not going to find ourselves at a disadvantage on either way, and we are going to be attacking first on this map.
Well, there you go. And was there any, I don't know if shock's the right word, but any thoughts from the Boise State team about how dominant that first map went for them?
They're just feeling good. I talked to them. This is the first time actually playing from our arena.
Oh, nice.
And so, like, was saying, yeah, this setup feels really good, and we've got pretty good internet here, and so they're feeling it. They've got a strong setup, and they're looking to come into this game strong.
That is probably the understatement of the century, that we just have good internet here. But I mean, and that is one of those things for I guess that's the stereotype I would say for FPS players, is their setups are very, very, articulate. They got to have certain things a certain way, certain monitors. So the fact that they're here for the first time and performing well is definitely a good sign, as we see the team start to flesh out their picks, and Lycan immediately on that Cypher in a fantastic pick. He had multiple ults early on Haven that gave Boise State the advantage they needed to win the round, and really started to snowball the advantage in their side.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they bring out. We do see the side swap, like we mentioned. See Boise State looking to attack, but they've got the Cypher, they've got the Omen, and they've got the Sova. So we'll have to see what they decide to round out this comp with. So far, no really duelists. Well, there is the Phoenix. And Boise State, once again, they're locking in fairly quickly. They're ready. They know what they want.
Select your agent.
Yeah, I think if Bandito selects in on the Jet, there will be no swaps in operators for the side of Boise State. San Diego State has completely redone everything, and so we'll be curious to see. I do see GDP on the Reyna, though, and as you mentioned, he's probably the top fragger, so probably a good operator to put him on. I don't remember Hachi using that Empress a single time last round, so definitely if you're going to be on that Reyna, that's something you got to use if you want to have your team be able to win the round.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it too much. They just weren't able to find enough success, but we do see the Raze coming out, and we do see a swap where Durag's actually on the Cypher this time. So we'll have to see what they're able to bring. Same agent, but just a new player, so we'll have to see if they have any different plans coming into this map.
And I'll be very curious how this first round goes, just in terms of an overall mindset point of view. We talked about it. Boise State ended Haven by winning 12 straight rounds, and kind of none of the rounds were too particularly close. A couple close calls for Boise State with a couple of great clutches for Bandito in particular. But if they come out and kind of dominate this pistol round, you got to be worried about the mental state of San Diego State, of kind of the back of their minds realizing, okay, we only have 11 rounds left. We only have 10 rounds left. And this moment you start counting rounds until you're eliminated, that's never the mindset you want to be in.
Yeah, once you're counting rounds, that's when you're counting towards your defeat. You're not counting towards your victory. So really want to see them just get this mental reset, have them find a solid defense. Looks like they're setting up over on B, and looks like that's where Boise's looking to play. So I have to see if they're able to hold this defense.
Now we might get a Jet v Jet duel on A, potentially. You can see Bandito was looking that way, but now he's going to pick up the spike and rotate over.
CGP pushing forward. Wait, no, they're going to trade, okay. 1 for 1. The satchel coming out, get a little bit of damage on your hat.
He's got multiple people pushing him down. Now Boise State probably wants to rotate either over to A or...
Yeah, they've definitely got to fall back. They might be looking just to hookah. They might want to stick towards B, but we'll see. Like you mentioned, Bandito's still at A. He might get that jet fight.
If he wins this jet fight, Boise State's in a fantastic spot because he can immediately slam the spike down and force a rotate out. We hear the teleporter does come out, though, for San Diego State.
Yeah, the plant's going to start coming down. We'll have to see if they decide to peek out or if they're just going to wait for the team to arrive. I got to get the pick on your hat, so it's going to be still slight advantage for the Aztecs. 4-3 here. Here's the shots going off. Another trade, 3-2.
One enemy remaining.
It's going to come down to Dreammaker, and with 2 HP, he's not going to be able to accomplish much. We'll have to see if he's able to get a pick, but no, Grail's going to find it.
Yeah, just unfortunately, Boise State never could find themselves in that driver's seat. Always kind of behind in help, always trading 1 for 1 when you're down a member, which is never what you want to do because you don't want to be always behind trailing members 3-1. It's not something you can do, especially with 10 HP there on Dreammaker.
Yeah, it just made it a little too difficult. So, like game 1 though, we saw San Diego State take that first round. We'll have to see if they're able to kind of snowball at it once again, see if they're able to get a few early rounds under their belt.
And they did lead on Haven 4-1 at one point. You see a couple of SFGs picked up by the side of San Diego State. Boise State, unfortunately, only going to have, well, looks like they'll have almost as many to their name as well. Boise State getting quite a bit of money from that high kill first round.
Yeah, you have to wonder what they're sacrificing for it. Might be see a few less equipment coming out in this round, see what they want to bring out. I see the drone coming out.
Full B push once again for Boise State. Meanwhile, 2 members of San Diego State now have to hard push over from A.
Yeah, this is Boise's chance. We do see them looking up C-Long. Got Omen in the hookah. But it looks like Reyna is going to start rotating, but Jet's going to stay over on A. Looking for that deep lurk.
Jet's going for the hard lurk. Boise State, they can push in now. Unfortunately, it trades out 1 for 1. The longer they take, the more time it's going to give that Jet for San Diego State to lurk over.
Yeah, 1 for 1's not bad, especially when you're down in weapons. But we see the teleporter coming out, and Boise State's looking for A, but Jet's right there.
And nobody knew Hachi was there, unfortunately.
Only trading 1 for 1 though, and it's still keeping it pretty even. It's 3 for 3. We do see Omen staying over on B this time, just getting ready for the counter rotate, but they're going to plant the spike at A.
The pick here would be huge for Boise State, while it is a 3v2 in their favor.
Yeah, not for long. We see the Omen is going to reconnect here.
Like, and is it about?
Krail's going to find shells.
40 HP, and
standing.
Now it's up to Dreammaker once again in a 1v2.
Yeah, and he's going to be naded out, has to push out a little bit, and it's not going to be able to find it. It's a 2-0 lead for the Aztecs.
A fantastic job there, and unfortunately, that really long lurk from Hachi. He ended up just kind of waiting at the teleporter, and as soon as Boise State bailed, he got a free pick onto Bandito because nobody knew he was there.
Yeah, that was huge, and it just was able to stall out that plant just a little bit longer because Boise State didn't know who else was going to be coming from that side, and a solid round for the Aztecs, and we do see it looks like a little bit of a switch up where Boise's going to push towards A this time. Not finding much success at B.
And I'll be curious to see with Boise State trying to win round 2 and going pretty heavy in on those SMGs, that they'll be forced to eco in round 3 now.
Yeah, you do see only the Sheriff coming up from Dreammaker.
An immediate pick onto your hat as well. It's not how you want that round to start.
Lycan will bring it back though.
Take flight.
Gonna send out the drone, get some scouting, but Shell's pushed up already. Is gonna go for the plant. You see all of the Aztecs over on this side. Bandito's going to get another pick. He's got a Bulldog, or excuse me, a Spectre, 4 shells. Might be able to bring this back now.
Got a member of San Diego State incredibly low, but Crayola gets the pick on the shells. Dreammaker with that Sheriff trying to make a play.
Yeah, he's got 2 different people in different angles, but Durag's going to find Lycan through the wall. See the plant someone come out, and ooh, and the showstopper going to just end Dreammaker, but Bandito's still here. He might be able to stall this out long enough. Have to see.
Ooh, not quite able to. Great.
Yeah, looks like the defuse is coming out.
Great job by San Diego State to always have somebody watching that defuse and kind of forcing Boise State to try for the defuse as opposed to, you know, just letting them blind shoot it. It was a great job there by San Diego State, winning 3 straight rounds, and Boise State just has not had much luck over here on this A side.
Yeah, they're really struggling to find anything that's really working out. They just haven't been able to take a site, plant themselves, get the setup, and then prepare for the Aztecs retake. But Aztecs are holding too strong. They're just rotating too quickly, and Boise's not quite able to find that gap that they need.
Get out of my way!
You can hear the jet ult coming out for the side of Boise State.
Yeah, we see him waking their way over towards A. He's going to dash forward over to the blockers. Well, they get 2 picks. This might be the round for Boise. Direct's going to even it out a little bit. Find 1 at least, but we see a big flank coming out from the Rays over here.
Cage triggered.
Spike is down, so Boise State is going to have all the pressure. Unfortunately, Crayola has been fantastic this round for San Diego State.
Yeah, he's just doing really well. Almost able to pick off Lycan. He's at 1 HP, but we're at 2v2 here.
Here he does come out.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, 1v1.
Oh, but they're able to win the fight with 1 HP. Huge from Lycan right there. Like you mentioned, we saw the Sova ult coming out. We were able to get the first pick as well. This is just a massive round for Boise State. They're able to start making some money. And we'll have to see what the Aztecs really have saved up, see if they're able to get some decent buys or if they're kind of forced to eco here.
Yeah, and with Bandito getting a kill and using his ult, as we talked about, was able to just kind of save his money, use that ult as a weapon. He's going to have a decent bit of cash as well, and we know he wants to be the opper for Boise State. So any round he can save money and win is a great round for Boise State.
Yeah, I saw that Crayola has the Vandal, but saw a few pistols as well, so it might be a bit of a rough round for San Diego to bring out here.
I thought I heard the op last round for San Diego State. I don't know if anyone from Boise State ever managed to go pick it up, though.
I'm not sure either.
I think they did.
See them making their way around B long. There's 2 members still at A, so Boise State, if they're able to push up here, they're able to get a solid hold, but they're making their way. Looks like Reyna may look set teleport. No, it's going to stay. They're just trading back and forth.
Defeated.
It's a 3v3. At this point, only Omen and Jet are on the site with Reyna backing up.
Rolf's going to see that smoke phase. Rolf and Dreammaker are probably going to be staring right at each other.
They might be showing up. Just go.
1 enemy remaining.
Eliminations for Dream.
Last player standing.
Takes us into a 1v1, but Hachi does only have that Sheriff.
Your hat has a good idea where he is.
He's able to get a tick on him, but still looking pretty healthy.
30 seconds left.
We're able to reclaim the psych, but it looks like both players are going to rotate towards A.
Is he going to fake the A?
Oh, looks like you're right.
He might go in the teleporter as well.
No, I think he's shift walking. He's taking it slow.
He might have been able to fake the A out.
He's going to have to plant soon, but I think he's got plenty of time.
Yeah, he's going to get a free
10 seconds
plant
left.
down.
Just barely had enough time. Able to have it timed out. He knows where it's at, and he knows exactly where Hachi is.
He's looking.
Still have plenty of utility, but no. Just going to peek and not going to win the fight. I think he just played that a little bit too fast. He knew where Hachi was.
Yeah, and Hachi had, Hachi has to push him eventually.
Clutch.
He did have the spike down. Yeah, it was a great job by Hachi. Also, as you mentioned, had the Sheriff, but he was able to find a dead body of his teammate and pick up a gun.
Yeah, definitely one benefit of that rotate he made, and that was a solid round for San Diego State.
Yeah, and that round maybe had the chance to start the Boise State snowball. So great job there by Hachi, and I think, as you said, Your Hat just probably played it maybe a bit too aggressive.
It is scary to see. It's 4-1. It's how we saw it last game. We'll have to see if Boise's able to
it's a good luck charm
bring
for
it
Boise
back.
State.
We'll find out. Might be the Brazil of Valorant.
They do it 2 times
Standing
in a row.
ahead.
That would be absolutely phenomenal if you're a Bronco fan, and absolutely disheartening if you are a San Diego State fan.
It really would be.
Drone.
Looks like they're deciding to go towards A. We see 3 up, going up mid, and they're kind of using the drone scout out showers.
And then we do see that both Cypher ults are online, and that's kind of what started that Boise State rally last time. So if Lycan's able to get a good ult, unfortunately not the start they wanted.
Able to bring it back, but Crayola with that op is going to take it back, and it's 3-2. It's definitely in San Diego's favor, but Lycan's going to find a third.
It does get the ult off.
We'll have to see what they're going to bring out here. We see them rotating a bit, but they don't have the spike. That's down mid.
Cover going out.
But only 45 seconds left. Looks like they're going to make their way towards the spike, try and get a pick. And huge for Shells to find Durag over there.
That Durag, I think, was shooting at Lycan, and he missed his shots. Now Hachi's going to be in a 1v2. Looks like Shells barely saw him.
Last player standing.
And he's going to win that fight.
Spike down
Comes down to
A.
1v1. He's going to dash over to the spike. With 30 seconds,
30 seconds
Shells
left.
has to push here.
Hachi's been fantastic for San Diego State. That time in the 1v2 clutch. And that's huge because they also get the op back as well.
Yeah, Hachi's just been staple for San Diego here. Able to win all these gunfights. They're both able to find 3 eliminations, and he was just, he took the first damage, but Hachi was able to just stay cool and find the right spot for his crosshair and win that battle.
That is a huge loss for Boise State. As you can see, it looks like the Broncos now probably going to have to be forced to eco.
Yeah, they're going to pass the op over to Crayola. We'll have to see if they're able to find some picks with that. It's Boise State making their way over towards Hookah.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Yeah, been a shift for San Diego State. We saw a lot of GDP and Hachi last time trying to clutch for them, and now it's been Crayola and Hachi as well, who have been kind of the anchor members for San Diego State.
Yeah, they've really stapled themselves in this round. We're able to reset after that first map. Throw grenade into Hookah, not able to do too much, get a little damage on it.
Watch out though, Ops versus the Sheriff for the Classic is not the position you want to be in.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult. Gonna find a pick on Dream. Lycan is able to make his way onto the site. 2 quick kills for Durag.
Spike down.
Comes down to Your Hat.
Does get the kill onto Crayola. Almost like might be worth to just take the op and run.
I don't know if he can.
No.
Yeah, it's just too far forward, and they're just gonna find Your Hat.
As I said, he can maybe just take the op and wait out the round, at least give that over to Bandito. Take that 5,000 cash away from the side of San Diego State, and now you see the Aztecs with 4 ults up, and Boise State really hasn't had much success attacking so far.
Yeah, they're struggling on this map. We do see a lot of rifles coming out, so they were able to get that reset off, but they need to find a win here. This is a big round for them to really just keep themselves in this game.
Yeah, this has been a great response for San Diego State, though. We talked about 12 straight rounds losing in a row doesn't happen very often, especially in that mid to late game. So I am very impressed by the Aztecs' ability to their mental fortitude of being able to rally here, especially after losing early.
Yeah, they know they're a strong team. They know Boise is a strong team, and
Joke's over!
they're just able to continue playing their game. We see Bandit making his way up. He's able to find a pick on Crayola. Crayola's been one of those top performers, so getting that first pick is huge.
Fury coming out. Boise State using every ult to try and get back in. This is the run it back came out as well from Your Hat.
Yeah, just a lot of blind fire in that smoke and just wasn't able to find anything. It's 2v3 at this point, then even it back to 2, but then they're going to find another pick, and so it's now all down to Shells with 11 HP.
And he did.
They knew exactly where he was, and we're just able to get that pick and get the big views.
Yep, the op. That op has been on the side of San Diego State, despite Crayola being taken out for now, I think 3 or 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, it's so huge just being able to hold on to that weapon and just keep it going every round and just really save that investment.
So you see him there, GGP's just going to hand it right back to Crayola.
Yeah, they're setting up for a solid defense here. We're going to take it back for a moment. Take a moment to breathe, you know, prepare ourselves, see if Boise State's able to start bringing it back.
Yeah, Boise State, I mean, and the thing is, it's been a lot of high kill rounds. It's not like Boise State's getting, you know, absolutely destroyed. We haven't seen too many, I don't think we've seen a single flawless for the side of San Diego State. It's just that at the end of the day, San Diego State's had a little bit better end game performances than Boise State's had in these rounds.
Yeah, definitely. We see a quick pick from your hat coming out. Huge flank from Bandito. Able to get that elimination, reset the knives, and pick up a weapon. Still a 3v3, like you said, they're always keeping it close.
Heard the Cypher all come out, but they're able to pick him off.
Huge. He was missing a few knives, but then was able to find that head right at the end. And it's even at 2-2, but both Boise members are looking pretty low.
Last player standing.
There's the op.
Trying to get him with the knife.
Nope.
Not able to get him. That op has been absolutely fantastic for Bandito in our first map, and now Crayola, who's come alive. We didn't see him use the op a single time on Haven, but he has been opping up a storm here on Vine.
Yeah, Boise needs to find some way to just push him off and really deny that long-range capability, because he's just found way too much success with it.
San Diego State has come out very strong here, looking to get us to a game number 3 to see who will be one of the teams in the Mountain West Finals for Valor.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We see Boise's kind of setting up a little bit towards B. They're rotating back towards A on the other side. Leaving the spike behind, so just really want to leave their options open, keep it on the side, and see what they have as an option.
Yeah, they're going to see Rolf on this camera, I think. Crayola there. You hear the op, though. He's going to get a pick onto Shells.
Yeah, it's just not the way you want to start around for Boise. You see Sova making his way towards Hookah.
Tito now finally has his own op. Maybe he can answer Crayola. They're going to stare at each other.
Yeah, not quite able to find the pick on either side, so we'll see a few more off battles coming out. Finds GDP.
He's going to peek him.
Oh, just saw him for a half second, but the lurk right there. He's just waiting for him to peek around that corner, and they found him. Now they might be able to bring a second op, but Dreammaker's going to find Durag, and it's still 3-3. As you see the spike making their way towards A, though.
Maybe with
going up.
Flame Wall goes up there, maybe trying to get a pick. Maybe a rotation will come out.
Yeah, could see him take the teleporter.
Crayola and Hachi. We're both standing next to the teleporter.
Spike
Quick pick
down
from
A.
Rolf. Your hat knows where he is, but it's not able to find any of the shots. So don't see it teleport out.
Oh,
This was a rough one. They're taking their time. They're able to find the plant here. It looks like here comes the teleport from Crayola, bringing that op over to A.
Yeah, if Boise State's not ready for that op to be behind them, this defense is going to be very, very short as Rolf's about to peek on the retake. Your hat has the angle.
Yeah, he's able to even it out.
Hachi's going to peek the same spot.
Be careful. Op from the behind. Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Dreammaker in a 1v1, but he's going against the op.
Yeah, he does have time on his side, though. There's not too much left. Just has to stall it out. We see the tap coming out, but Dream is able to find it. There it is.
Little recognition is nice. Now,
so he's not going to grab the
yeah,
op.
I was surprised he didn't want to go grab the op.
It might have stayed up top. It might have been a little difficult to get it. Not sure. I didn't fully see where it ended up at.
Great play,
That's a huge round for Boise. They needed that to stay in this game.
Plays it perfectly there.
See him coming up. No, he didn't even really attempt for the op. Just wasn't really something they were looking for in this round. Or maybe it was just celebrating a little bit too much. Not sure.
Yeah, when you finally are able to stop that winning streak, might be a bit distracted there.
Yeah, we'll see them making their way towards B long. Have to see if they're able to
taken out.
find some success here. With 3 members of San Diego over at A, this might be their opportunity. Have to see if they were able to purchase a new op for Crayola, though. He's just found so much success.
Yeah, does not look like it.
Run! Joke's
Yeah, looks
over.
like he's holding the
You're
Vandal.
dead.
See the run it back coming out for your hat. See Lycan pushing up on the other Cypher, but not going to win the fight. Boise down 2 members already. And it's going to bring it back for 1.
Your hat does get a second, though.
Yeah, it's 2 3, but your hat's looking pretty low. He's healing up and able to find... No, not quite able to find anyone there. They do still have the spike closer toward the center. They might look for a rotate.
You know where GDP is.
You've got the flame wall, so your hat can push up a little bit, but GDP peaks.
Revealing area.
Difficult. It's 5. Only 30 seconds left. They're gonna have to make a decision
Last
here.
player standing.
Coming down to Dream. Oh, and get the wall bang from Crayola. Crayola's just on fire today.
And Crayola has been honestly fantastic
round
this
before
game.
the
And now, I mean, if this goes 10-2 with the swap, you have to like San Diego State's chance of taking us to a game 3. So I would say there's probably not a round that really matters more than this one for Boise State.
Yeah, 10-2 in the half is just so hard to come back from. That's 3 rounds, and that's it. That's the end of the game. Go to Ascent. Boise's able to kind of cement themselves here, bring it back a little bit. We saw them win 13 straight rounds last time, so we know it's possible, especially with Hachi rolling in that fast.
With that ult.
Okay, we see a few picks. It's 3 for 3 at this point. We do see the judge, but it looks like Bandit's able to grab that Vandal at this point.
Fortunately for Boise State, health not on their side as Bandito is incredibly low and Shells at 50%. Great wall break there. Crayola's had himself a fantastic game.
Yeah, this is his game, and maybe it just needs to stick to Raze. He's found so much success. We saw Bandit was looking for that wall bang, but he couldn't find it while Crayola could. It comes down to Shells.
It's lurk there from Durag, and yeah, fantastic job by San Diego State.
Yeah, they're playing on fire right now. To see what they're gonna bring out. This is the one real opportunity for Boise State to cement themselves in the second half now that they're on defense.
Yeah, and you do have to be worried though if the pistol round doesn't go Boise State's way. That could spell doom because San Diego State would be heavily favored to put themselves on match point.
Yeah, if they don't win this one, that's they're gonna be behind in items, and yeah, like you said, it's so difficult.
You do not want to be down 12-2 in every single match, being reminded that it is map point. So huge pressure on Boise State. As you see, it looks like it's going to be a full B rush, at least being set up for in the bye phase by San Diego State.
Yeah, we've got 2 members over there going to peek over towards B long, fire a few shots, but looks like they're going to take their time. They're going to stay over by B, maybe do a slow rotate, try and catch Boise on guard, make them think they're going somewhere else.
Here they come.
Peeking down C long now. They're all sticking together. We'll have to see if they're just going to rush forward all at once.
They might be trying to overwhelm the side of Boise State.
Yeah, especially with 2 members not even close to the teleporter from Boise State. Oh, a few shots able to come out. Find a little bit of damage.
Get some damage on the roll. Now here they come. Hachi gets the first one.
They go right by each other, but not quite able to finish. Both have to reload, and Durag's gonna find 2. Crayola's getting the plant here. We see Bandit getting a few shots in, but takes a few shots himself. Shells is gonna finish it off, but in a 2v4 with them both sub 50%, it's gonna be difficult.
Yeah, this is gonna be this could set the tone if Boise State's able to get the retake. As I say that, Shells gets taken out.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Boise State, as Durag is gonna find his 3rd for the round, and with that victory, I mean, Boise State's in a tough spot.
Yeah, this is going to be, I mean, they didn't even get that many kills. I think they got 1 elimination. So now they're not even going to be able to, as we saw in the first round, and everyone was able to get an SMG because it was, I think, 5 eliminations to 4. They're going to be very, very hard pressed to get much more than pistols and a couple of abilities. This is San Diego State's round to win, you have to think.
Yeah.
By quite a large amount.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. We'll have to see if they've got a few of the SMGs. We'll have to see if they're able to find some quick picks with them, but look, they're making their way towards A this time. There are a few shots going on. Hachi dashing in.
Yeah, nobody went through showers where Shells is waiting as Hachi does get the first elimination.
Yeah, it's going to get the first one. They're going to get the quick plant. You see a lurk coming out from Lycan, and Shells is going to get the backside of Hachi.
Flash goes out as well.
Lycan's making his way down mid. Might be able to find Durag on the side. 1 for 1. Bring it back. 2 shots coming onto shells. DQ's touch, but it looks like they're not going to commit.
Last player standing.
Ooh.
Wow.
GDP's just playing so well with that pistol, and they're able to find the third as well after he picked up. It's 12-2. That's hard.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, I mean, Boise State felt like they had the advantage in the GDP with the triple to end it there. And this is going to be, you know, I don't expect Boise State to just let them win, but to win what would be 10 straight rounds to force overtime, definitely going to be very, very hard.
Yeah, this is almost, it's looking a little insurmountable for Boise State at this point. 10 straight rounds, you're down on guns, you're down on equipment. They have to find some success. We do see Lycan bring out the judge, might be able to bring a slightly different look. We'll see what they decide to bring here. So they make their way towards B again.
You can see the Marshall for Bandito. A couple of headshots might be able to even this round as well.
Yeah, just Boise has to play out of their minds to be able to take this, but Happy getting that first pick is gonna make it difficult. See the grenade coming out, gonna get a little bit of damage on Lycan. Get the first one. All right, bringing it back.
Great headshot there.
4-2, able to pick up some of the rifles as well.
Get out of my way!
Jet ult from San Diego State. Hachi trying to end this one now. Crayola.
Gonna teleport back.
And he teleported all the way over to A. He is all by himself.
You see Omen kind of rotating a bit. Just gonna see, and you see them following as well. Looks like we're going full A, but Lycan on the side is gonna find Crayola.
Huge.
Spike down A.
Not able. Yeah.
Barely get him.
Hachi was just able to find that pick, and at this point, Hachi's just trying to do as much damage as he can.
He's going for another lurk. Does sound like Bandito heard him though.
Yeah, I think so. He's making his way towards B. He does have the spike.
30 seconds left.
Is he gonna take the teleporter again? He is.
Yeah, he's just trying. He's trying to get a an exit frag. It feels like he did pick the spike up.
He might be able to plant, but with that smoke coming out over A, it's gonna be pretty scary to step through, especially on his HP.
Oh.
And there it is.
That was a great round. That's a round Boise State obviously needed it, but a great response to only get 2 members taken out, and now they should be set up pretty well cash-wise to be able to contest with San Diego State basically even.
Yeah, that was huge. Boise definitely needed that. I think at this point we're just trying to set the pace and looking towards Ascent maybe, but maybe they can bring it back. We'll have to see, but 9 straight rounds is still difficult.
9 straight rounds just to get to overtime is going to be very difficult, so Boise State probably needs to find somebody to get an ult first, especially with Hachi using his jet ult to try and win that round. If somebody can get an ult for Boise State, maybe use that to win a round. See now the run it backs up for your hat.
See them pushing over onto A. They're making their way. Going to trade 1 for 1. But Lycan's going to find a second. And a third. Oh!
Last bullet. You never want to see that if you're do-rag there.
Yeah, that was well done by Lycan. Just had proper crosshair placement. Was able to find that third elimination of the round. It's going to take the ult. Find out where they are.
1 enemy remaining.
Well, last member now is going to find a hard time to look for it. But we've got 4 on Lycan so far. Might be able to get the ace. No.
Crayola waiting for him.
There they are.
Just going to deny it right there with the sheriff. See him waiting out over towards A short. Just have to see if he's going to make his way towards showers or what kind of plan Crayola wants to go for. They have so many rounds that they can work with. They could look for trying going for this rather than saving the weapon, but we'll have to see what they do.
Yeah, I would assume Crayola probably wants to get as many eliminations as possible. Just
30 seconds left.
We know how deadly he can be with the op.
He does have the Phantom, I believe, but looks like he's running around with the Vandal out, and he's going to take him low, but Dreammaker's going to finish him off with Frenzy.
And that's just a great job once again there by Boise State. I mean, it's one of many rounds they'll have to win, but just a great start once again, just kind of running through San Diego State and put themselves in a very favorable position. Especially from Lycan. That was a fantastic round from Lycan in particular with the 4.
Yeah, definitely. Lycan's playing well at this point and it's really helping Boise State bring it back.
The headshot on the last bullet. Always just very frustrating.
Yeah, that was well done. We'll have to see if they're able to bring it out. We see the op coming out for Bandito, especially towards B long, and that's where they're looking to push, so.
He could Have an absolutely insane moment. They do see that he's there.
Not able to find the shot, unfortunately. They're still going to push up. See 2 people over by showers as well. Boise's getting ready for the rotate. I think they might take that teleporter. Krayla's gonna find your hat. Through the smoke, Dreammaker gets the pick. Heard a lot of gunshots, not a lot of connections, but Krayla's gonna find shells there.
Revealing area.
Trying for the wall bang with the op. Not able to find it.
Spike
It's
planted.
worth a shot, but it's a 2v3 at this point. 2v2, bring it back a little bit.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, there it is.
And there it is. Finally found the op. Gonna get the defuse.
State starting to slowly but surely claw their way back into this game.
Yeah, they're making their way. Slightly better scoreboard than the last round, so at least on the opposite side anyway. But
You know, a couple more rounds here, you might be able to force out an ego round from San Diego State.
yeah, I mean, they might be forced to at this point. Had a lot of rifles in that last round, but there was 2 wins in a row for Boise State, so San Diego's going to have at least 2,400 in each person's pocket, so I have to see what they actually were able to purchase at this point. I think I saw Jet still run with that Sheriff. I see a few pistols, a few SMGs, not too much of a buy.
As I say, Jet does not have the knives up either, so unless maybe he's looking for the alt orb showers to be able to get that.
Yeah, might be enough for him. He's all by himself at this point, and that's not going to be a spot he wants to look for this fight. You see 3 members of Boise making their way towards B, though, so San Diego has numbers.
Yeah, San Diego has numbers. Now the op's going to rotate over from Bandito. Oh, Hachi got caught, but unfortunately Shell just couldn't land the shots.
Took a few shots on him, I think. No, it was only one. Just about 20 damage.
Ooh, there's the first kill with
Spike
the
down
op.
A.
GDP is going to bring it back.
Oh!
One enemy remaining.
Huge from Shells. And now it's down to the Cypher, and your hat's going to find him through the wall as well.
Just that was an unfortunate, and we're going to see it here. This is a communication breakdown from San Diego State, because Hachi knows that he's there.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they really thought. I think
Peek him, and then his teammates end up shooting him, and they kind of get in the way of each other.
they only thought one person was in the showers, that's why. So his teammate got that first elimination, so they're thought
you're
now
right.
was the chance. But well done by Boise to have that second player there. The Aztecs weren't expecting it, and really saved them. Were able to find that victory in the round.
Get out of my
You have to
way!
be careful. You hear the jet ult from San Diego State. There's a Cypher ult up as well for San Diego State, so if they're able to use that, and maybe a 3-on-3 or a 2-on-2, that could be the game winner for the Aztecs. So they've got to be able to take down 2-rag as quickly as possible on that Cypher.
That one can definitely be huge. See the drone coming out, finding them all over at B-Long. See a few people pushing up in Hookah as well. Everyone's making their way towards B now. 2 picks from Crayola coming out.
Spike down B.
Huge dash from Hachi. Wow, that was aggressive. Ult comes out from Lycan.
Like it.
One enemy remaining.
Down to GDP, and Lycan's gonna get another 3 rounds eliminations, and Boise State's bringing it back.
Yeah, Boise State fantastic there. Crayola with a fantastic double, though. Did not see where he was able to sneak up on your hat and Bandito, and he's trying his hardest to get San Diego State this round win, but Boise State has put in a fantastic last 5 rounds.
Makes you wonder, where was Boise before this? Why didn't we see this side before the, it was match point? But they're holding it out. See the Guardian coming out from Dream over there.
We got that. It was hard to say. We didn't get it last week, but this could be another full eco round for San Diego State.
Might be. We see Durag with the Sheriff over there. Don't think he'll win that fight against the op from Bandit.
I mean, this, if they can beat him on the eco round, that's going to be huge for Boise State. And he's actually going to beat him with just the Sheriff. That is the last thing Boise State wanted, because now that should be a free op over to San Diego State.
Yeah, that was huge. We'll have to see what Boise's able to bring back. Yeah, brings out the ult, knows exactly where everyone is. They've got numbers, but it looks like they're going to start rotating back towards B. Just keeping the op of Durag over here. But
I mean, besides the op, Boise State is going to have the gun advantage.
yeah, and the op is separated from the spike, so.
They get a pick on a Durag. I don't know if there's a secondary opper for Boise State or not, but it would be huge.
Yeah, would be, but not sure. Like you said, I don't typically see Boise State have 2 ops, but
30 seconds left.
not fully sure. But time's running out. We see them making their way towards B.
Will be a 4v1.
Yeah, Dream's
B.
going to have to hold well to find something, but he does have those shock darts, and with the time left, he might be able to stall long enough just to prevent the plant.
10 seconds left.
Get the pick on the Durag, so the op is down. So it's just 4 pistols for San Diego State.
Plant's coming out. Is it fast enough? I think he'll make it.
Barely.
Ooh, cut that close. Few wall bangs coming in to take Crayola down to in the red.
Basically nothing. Almost 1 HP.
GDP's going to get a pick on Lycan, but Shells will bring it back. Shells on 3. There's one for Yurt Pat, and it comes down to the Jet.
For an exit frag. Not able to get it.
Well done by Boise to keep that round, especially losing their op right at the start.
Yeah.
I was scared for Boise in that round. The moment that came out, I thought I was done for.
Yeah, and then great job by Dream holding it down in a 1v4 long enough for his teammates to rotate over. Did not see, I don't think anyone for Boise did end up grabbing the op though, so Bandito probably forced onto a Phantom or a Vandal.
Yeah,
Actually, no,
well,
he's able to get the op.
over there, yeah.
I didn't know how much cash he had.
Might have been able to save up enough, especially on their like 6 rounds in a row at this point.
6-round win streak for Boise State. San Diego State will at least be able to be pretty kitted out now after that eco round.
Yeah, they do have the showstopper for Rays. Might be able to find a quick pick or 2 off that one. So far, they're keeping themselves pretty spread out, not really forcing anything at this point. I kind of want to see where Boise's defending.
You see Durag back in showers again. Everybody else for San Diego State, as you mentioned, Kobe just kind of hanging out. Spikes in the middle too to give themselves some freedom to rotate around.
Yeah, we'll hear a few shots. People are just feeling each other out, seeing where they're at.
Are in hookah for the most part.
Down to a minute left. They're going to have to start making their commitment at this point. Looks like Jet's making their way towards the spike. Looks like B is going to be their choice. But they're still firing shots over from showers, so Boise might think it's at A.
Yeah, Durag's doing a great job trying to run some distractions. He is going to retreat now. Boise State does have 2 members over on B this time, so it's not only up to Dream in a 1v5.
30 seconds left.
I think they saw him now. We see Dreammaker making his way over. Omen and Cypher are still staying at A, but
Fire in the hole!
they are alone at this point.
The Rays will come out.
See Shell's going to ult across as well. Ray's coming out, but your hat's going to find the pick. Not able to find the second one on the Rolf, though.
Ooh, Bandito with the knives, not able to get it.
Yeah, here comes the plant.
Spike planted.
Ooh,
Gonna get the pick on Dream and then 2v4. It's gonna be difficult.
The Empress come out as well. Make it even harder.
Cover going out.
See, few smokes coming out. Buy a little bit of time. Lycan's gonna get the first pick. They're running low on time.
Oh, unfortunately,
Gonna find Shells and Rolf, and that'll be the victory for the Aztecs.
Win.
Great job by San Diego State to rally and force us to a game 3. Boise State nearly came back. A couple more rounds, and I think San Diego State probably would have been sweating a little bit, but unfortunately that 12-2 hole the Broncos dug just a little bit too deep. And now we'll go on to Ascent, and first 1 to 13, unless we get overtime, get to spot in the Mountain West Finals.
Yeah, it's gonna be another incredible match. I'm looking forward to it. We'll have to see what these teams bring out and see if Boise's able to find a stop much earlier, or see if really both of these teams have found just massive winning streaks across both of these games. And so we'll have to see if that's going to continue or if they're going to kind of bounce back and forth a bit more.
Yeah, so we haven't really seen that, you know, you win one round, I win the other round. It's been, as you mentioned, we've seen now 2 10-plus round winning streaks for both sides. But we will take a quick break. We will find out one of these teams is going to the Mountain West Valorant Finals. Who's it going to be, Boise State or San Diego State? Find out after this break.
BFC is launching the greatest events of the summer, so gamers know that they are never alone. Brought to you by Antares Gaming and Never Alone Gaming, gaming teams that build a better future for mental health. And Esports Tower, paving the way for education in esports for the youth. We want the community to know that we stand together and we are united in spreading mental health awareness. We are also proud to announce that we are expanded into new games. This summer, gaming events are back.
Oh, no, come on! That's insane! Oh my God! No! Oh my goodness!
Tried to keep it in play.
Kyle! It's over! Yodi gets it! Chris is your winner! He goes down 1 HP! Oh no!
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives and led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time.
While I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Back into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. One team is just one map away from making it to the first ever Mountain West Valorant Finals. Will it be San Diego State or will it be Boise State? We're about to find out. The Broncos' furious rally on Vine cut short, eventually losing 13-8. And that will go to Ascent to determine who will be our semifinal victory. Fish and Nakoba calling all of the action. Boise State players sounded ready to go, Koba, when you talk to them here in between the break. But really, both these teams playing is fantastic, and I would expect our third map to be less about 5, 6, 7 rounds in a row and a lot more back and forth, as that is what they're competing for. Cover up Overwatch, slap Valorant on it, and that is exactly what the championship trophy is going to look like.
Yeah, it's definitely a good-looking trophy, and whoever wins is going to be incredibly happy to find it. But we've got a game 3 here. It's not set yet, but I do have some news, which is San Jose did take the victory over Colorado State, so they're going to be in the finals. And so this game 3 is going to be the final one on Ascent. See who's going to go match them.
Yeah, San Jose State has been undefeated this season in the Mountain West, so it'll be a tough task for either of these teams, but I'm sure they will be up to it. And now we'll see who comes out on map 3. Of course, San Jose State also gets a little bit of bonus coverage here of scouting to see who they are going to be playing. And, yeah, I mean, crazy game here. We saw Boise State kind of dominate on map 1. Thought maybe the Broncos might roll. Then absolutely San Diego State comes out on fire on Bind. Goes up 12-2 at one point before Boise State gets it all the way back to 12-8 before they eventually fall. And so now I'll be curious on Ascent. Final map. Who is going to come out with maybe that quick start is because right now, we talked about it before the break, it hasn't been, 2 rounds and then 1 or 2 and then 2. It's been 6 straight for one team, 6 straight for the other team, and I would expect both those teams want to maybe try and stop that here in map 3.
Yeah, so far it's really been defense favored. The defensive team that starts it off is the team that's able to find that massive victory in a row, and so we'll have to see who's going to be coming out defending in this map. Because that's looking to be a huge advantage in this series so far.
Yeah, and I mean, how have we, what have we expected from Boise State? I mean, we're on Ascent. Is that a map you're confident in? You are the future head coach, I should say, Koba, when this becomes a varsity program in the fall. Are you confident on Ascent that Boise State has what it takes to get it done?
Yeah, they're definitely feeling good. Ascent's definitely a map that's been around long enough that they definitely feel confident. They know what to expect, and it's something that they really worked on over this season. We're able to improve it massively, so I'm really looking forward to see what we bring out here.
You see there, Shells, Dreammaker, Bandito, Lycan in your hat for the side of Boise State. Lycan in your hat, you can see on stage there in the arena just to my right, over my right shoulder. For the first time ever, actually, the Valorant team was able to play in the arena with, of course, everything that's going on. They weren't able to play, and hopefully that blue turf up there can give them some good luck because they could use all of it here on map 3, taking on the Aztecs. Aztecs won the regular season matchup, but it was a 2-1 win then. Now we'll see who wins 2-1 overall and goes to the finals against San Jose State. It's map 3 in Ascent. It's right around the corner. Who gets to go to the finals and a chance at the first ever Valorant championship in the Mountain West, San Diego State or Boise State? We are about to find out very, very quickly. And I'd be very, very shocked if we see them dominating, 9-2, 10-2 when we saw the round swap for San Diego State. Kobe, I'm expecting maybe 7-5, 6-6, especially in a game 3 where everything's on the line.
Yeah, I expect to see a lot closer matchup here, and we'll have to see what both teams bring out, especially see if we'll see maybe more raise from Crayola because it was just masterful there. We see Boise State is going to be starting on the defending, so it's a slight advantage for them coming into this map.
Right, we do see a bit of an operator swap from both teams, and yeah, I mean, Crayola, kind of the sneaky guy to watch out for. At first, it was GDP, who we thought might be the top fragger for San Diego State, but it was Crayola who had himself a fantastic performance on Bind, especially with that op on the race. He's going to go onto the Sova now. But still, that Crayola is probably, you'd have to think the guy you want to watch out for, but I think the whole team for San Diego State had moments of being absolutely fantastic in that game that they just won on Bind.
Choose your agent.
One of the interesting things about this is that we've got the same 3 maps playing the first time Boise and San Diego State played, but they reversed. Boise won Bind the first time. They just now lost Bind. Boise lost on Haven. San Diego won Haven. And so we're just reversing everything. And last time they played on this map, San Diego won 13-2. So we'll have to see if they're able to bring that back again, or maybe if we'll continue swapping around and Boise State will find a victory here.
Yeah, that is the last thing Boise State wants, is to go out and bow out of the playoffs on a 13-2 performance. So I'm sure they're looking to hopefully say that history is reversed. Maybe they'll get their own 13-2 win, but I would be fully shocked. I mean, you mentioned the first time these teams played, one of the games went to overtime. I would expect we're trending more towards overtime here in Game 3 than a blowout victory for one of these teams.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Either way this game goes, it's going to be incredibly close. We do see Durag coming out on the Raze this time, but the interesting thing is it's the first game with the Viper coming out. Viper's been huge in the Masters and just had a great place in the meta recently, and so we'll have to see if they're able to find success. It's just so hard to push into that ultimate once it comes out.
Yeah, the zoning capability of that ultimate, if used properly, especially when attacking, can almost guarantee a round win or 2. So a lot of pressure on GDP to be able to get as many of those ult orbs as possible early and try and kind of get a couple free rounds for the side of San Diego State whenever that ult is online.
Yeah, it looks like San Diego's all coming towards B. Boise's kind of holding at A, but they do look like they're going to rotate a little bit towards the mid now. We'll have to see what they're going to look for here.
Lycan is going to get hit by the recon bolt. He's going to have to retreat a bit.
Yeah, pull back a little bit. San Diego knows what's over here. Grenade can come out and take a little bit of damage. As all of Boise State starts to rotate. Hachi gets the first elimination. And some damage coming out from Lycan, but he's not going to be able to find anything.
On the regain here. If we get at least one.
And he does get the first one for Boise, but this one looks like a solid round for San Diego. I think they're going to take this one.
Bandito can maybe get one elimination all the way out.
Yeah, he seems to kind of be stuck here a little bit. Having the all the Viper equipment just trapping him in this corner. He's going to peek around the corner, see if he can find anything. Take some damage, and Rolf's going to find the final elimination. San Diego's found every first pistol round so far in this series, so there's something to definitely practice.
Man, it was interesting. Last time we saw on Bind, when Boise State lost the first pistol round, they tried as hard as they could to, you know, spend their cash to maybe even up the score. This time, looks like, at least from what we can see from Lycan, he's just going to save, and I would expect Boise State to try and win this round ecoing.
Yeah, they tried to be a little risky last time, didn't work, so played a little safer, have an eco round here, see if they can pick up a few stragglers, and then really play for that round 3.
Mainly a push here from San Diego State.
Yeah, you see Lycan able to find that orb. Durag is going to get that first pick onto your hat. As they rotate towards A. You see, we could have a long lurk coming out from Dreammaker and get the first pick for Bandit.
That healing as well, which is absolutely huge, but unfortunately the Viper poison weakens him down.
Yeah, that was just well placed. There's just nowhere Bandito could go.
Planted.
See the spike being planted. So Boise State's going to have to look for some kind of retake here.
Even just a couple of eliminations to get that cash flowing on their side would be huge for the side of Boise.
See a little damage coming out, but Hachi's just got the better gun, able to get the victory there. It comes down to shells, and Rolf's going to finish it out. So there's the 2 rounds in a row for San Diego.
You can see a couple members below 50%, but unfortunately we talked about it, those pistols versus those full automatic guns, never going to be a spot you want to be in, but now we can see from the spectator view, Boise State, for the most part, going to gear up.
Yeah, this is their time to really cement themselves and kind of get, if they get a solid round victory here, they'll be able to start bringing it back and potentially have the gun advantage of their own going into the next rounds.
Like we have seen so far, San Diego State has not done a whole lot of splitting. They have gone either all A or all B, and this time looks like they're lining up over B.
Yeah, they're definitely sticking together a lot more than in the last rounds, like you mentioned.
Almost deja vus. We've seen Lycan hit by the recon bolt.
Get a little bit of damage taken from that shock dart, but I think he's going to push into the smoke. He heard someone grabbing that orb. He's going to get a few shots, but not able to find too much as San Diego looks for the full reset.
They're going to rotate all the way back around towards A. No real damage given out to either side.
Yeah, just a little bit of poke onto the Killjoy on San Diego's side, but for the most part, it's just kind of a time loss for them and a few equipment.
They are going to be right next to Bandito, so he should be able to hear their footsteps if they don't crouch walk and give that information over to Boise State.
Boise seems to be rotating, so I think they heard something. They know what's happening. Killjoy's going to bring out the ult, though. It's going to be a big opportunity for them to kind of take over this site.
Your hat actually gets the headshot, barely hiding in a corner.
Get a second, get a third.
Enemy remaining.
And now it's all down to Viper.
Your hat
30
in
seconds
the
left.
perfect spot to avoid that attacker Killjoy.
Yeah, that was well done. I don't think that San Diego's protect for it. And there it is. 4 in the first flawless of the series, I believe.
Fantastic. I mean, your hat absolutely popped off. Great job with the awareness to know where he can stand. And unfortunately, San Diego State, I don't know if they didn't know about that location, but I mean, he can't move. You'd think he'd be easily just a sitting duck, but he absolutely destroyed them from the only spot he was able to stand.
Yeah, it looks like right there, Durag was hit by flashbang or something like that, and just wasn't able to kind of find it, and everyone else thought Durag would notice if anyone was around, so might have just been a breakdown of the communication, but they're going to stick together again, look towards B.
He's going to have to run it back for your hat if he wants to maybe try and pressure the side of San Diego State a little bit, but Durag gets a great first pick onto Shells as the Aztecs are over on B.
Take flight.
Yeah, looks like the drone's going to come out, get some scouting for Dream. Omen is off to the side. We'll have to see if he's able to kind of find some kind of lurk as they push forward here. Dream gets 1, 2, 3.
Oh, only stopped by his
Spike down,
reload. Running
B.
back is going out here.
Yeah, just have to see if he's able to find him.
Not able to see him, unfortunately.
He does know where he was, though. He did see him, so have to see if they look for the plant there. It looks like they actually don't have the spike right now. Look, they left it kind of in that alleyway on the side.
remaining.
Get the pick on Dahachi, who's trying for the long lurk, which is, I think San Diego State has done quite well in this series so far, and now it's all up to the Sova. And Crayola, who's probably the player you want it to be, if anyone.
Yeah, that's true. He's been playing really well. Got the recon dart coming out. But in a 1v3, he picks up the spike. He's going to win the fight over Bandito. But Your Hat's going to clean it up again. Your Hat's on fire this round.
Yeah, it's been sort of the, you know, after the first game where Bandito definitely had his pop-off moment, it's been some unusual suspects for both teams that have had fantastic plays. And Your Hat might be, this be the perfect time to have the best round of your season is right here in Game 3 when you need it.
Yeah, this is the time for it. Definitely need to bring it all out to find the victories in these rounds because they're not close. Or they are close, excuse me. And so you have to bring everything. You see the Odin coming out from Dream. This is something I love to see from him. You see a lot of looking for some wall bangs through this wall here.
Yeah, he has that 100. Ooh, perfect right off the start. Lycan gets a huge pick.
And make their way towards the center of the map.
Another great pick there from Your Hat onto GDP.
Yeah, Boise State's playing this really well. Might be able to find themselves an advantage here. Find a wall bang on the turret. Or try to, at least. Hachi brings one back, though, with the Sheriff.
Still Boise State up 1. Hunter's Fury's on line 2 in case Dream needs to go cross-map onto a bomb site.
Yeah, they're definitely taking it slow. They still have a minute. Only down 1 member. It's definitely not insurmountable by any means. I have to see where they decide to rotate. They might be looking up. No, they're looking to go down the center.
Yeah, they just missed a couple shots onto Hachi. Just walking through that blind play from Shells.
They might be able to catch Dreammaker in the back here if they continue making their way forward. He's still looking down the wrong hallway.
Does have Bandito now covering his angles. Hachi's right around that corner, though. Of course, the players can't see that silhouette.
30 seconds left.
So he has no idea.
Yeah, they're running out of time. They're going to have to push forward here. Bandito might be able to find a pick. Here comes the smoke. Dreammaker gets the first elimination of there.
Oh, let's get one back. Looks like Rolf is going to go.
1 enemy remaining.
Try and get a pick.
And there it is. Bandito's going to bring out the round. Boise State's got the lead.
Fantastic job by Boise State, especially those 2 quick picks. We did not get to see them, but fantastic to just put Boise State always in a state of being able to be the aggressor, having more members. And, you know, unfortunately, I can't quite tell if San Diego State did eco that round because you see a couple of Sheriffs come out from the 2 kills they did pick up. So that might have been a reason why Boise State was able to dominate that round.
Yeah, might have just been like a half-buy round. Just looking for any kind of small victory, but they're really playing for this round. So you see all kinds of rifles coming out. See what they bring out as they push towards A.
Yeah, hard A push from the Aztecs.
See Reyna pulling back a little bit. They know that.
Immediately knows where they are, too. You see Dream rotating over.
Sounded like an op right there as well. Interesting to see what they bring out as the ult comes out from Dreammaker. See if he'll tag anyone. Getting some trades. Yeah, Bandit's got the op. Be able to find Durag. Your Hat's going to find another one, and we're in a 4v2.
Flash does go out. Recon drone out as well. GDP right below Your Hat in heaven. And we'll take him out. Can they get his op back?
They're making the way for it. They got it.
There we go. Huge
Thought we're going to see another celebration run away for a minute, but he got it close. He found it. And Boise State's got a 2-round advantage, but we'll have to see if San Diego's able to bring it back. This is their chance. They've got a decent amount of economy at this point.
The Marshal or something?
Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
It looks, I do see a Marshal.
Yeah, well, looks like a Marshal. I would assume for Crayola.
He seems definitely to be their sniper, but we'll have to see what he brings out.
Drag also ecoed as well. I've never seen him buy a pistol. San Diego State in a very awkward spot.
That was a good grenade, though. Able to take off all of the armor and 30 health from Lycan.
There is the ult up for GDP as well.
Ooh, a wall bang from Bandit on that off. To get the nice solid start of this round, but Crayola's going to find that Marshall. Or excuse me, yeah.
Swarm grenade out.
To make their way towards A, we're going to see him kind of look for this killjoy from Lycan. And that's going to give him a big opportunity once this pushes out to retake the site.
Ooh, we get one.
Now we're in a 3v3.
Surprised the GDP decided to hold the Viper ult.
Yeah, especially how far away he is. I think he is prepping for it's something we see in Masters a lot, where they're just sitting back there trying to find the right spot to throw one of those equipments so that you just can't defuse the spike. But Dreammaker realized, yeah, there it is. We see the acid sitting there. Just going to have to tank it up a little bit, but he had plenty of health to use, and so he was able to find it.
Fantastic job by Boise State, now 5-2.
Yeah, Boise's playing well. It was a good strategy for the Aztecs. They were able to get the plant, just weren't able to stall quite enough. Something that Boise State was prepared for, so they sent Dream off over to find Viper and wasn't able to fire up that second one to finish off the spike.
Yeah, and it has been a very awkward economy for San Diego State. We've seen a lot of half-buy rounds. I mean, we saw a couple of Sheriffs that round. They've been pretty successful with it. I'm sure they would love to be able to finally purchase everything they want, but I think they did this time, sans the op for Crayola.
And I see the Odin burning through to get a little bit of damage. Not able to finish anyone off. We see Killjoy is looking pretty low.
You should run.
See Crayola over there. Attacker Killjoy coming out here. There's just really no spot safety for them. They're going to have to kind of pull back off the side if they don't want to be detained. One player was detained.
Yeah, they are
have to see if they're able to pick him off. Shell's going to find Rolf.
Down B.
Barrel, I think, is the player, the Reina from Boise State. Barreto calls it back here.
Yeah, it's keeping it even. It's 3 for 3. Spike hasn't been dropped yet. Spike looks to be a little outside of this site, though.
2v3, but no spike doesn't mean that.
They did grab it, so they're planting it now.
Ooh, the op barely tagged your hat.
Yeah, that was close. He's got the wall. He's able to heal up, but Tasha's going to find another one. It's all down to your hat. He's able to find the first pick. At the second,
another.
It's in a 1v1. He's got to take out Viper. He's half health, just needs to find that one, but here comes the ult, it sounds like. He is vulnerable. He's going to take a lot of damage here. Just needs to find a little bit, but he's on the side. GDP just played that well.
Yeah, GDP played that fantastically, and he's going to get the op for, you would assume, Crayola. Just unfortunately, just barely pushed in the wrong spot.
Yeah, that was a much-needed round for San Diego. They're starting to fall behind, so this is a good opportunity for them to start bringing it back. Now they've got a bit more money on their side.
Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
Now, I mean, I'll be curious to see how Crayola does if he's the one with the op. Looks like they actually might leave it on GDP.
Looks like he's holding on to it still.
So we have not seen him with the op. We have seen Crayola, and he was fantastic.
See them drop the boom bot over towards A. Boise State seems to know what's going on, at least so far. There's a lot of Boise State members that are far. GDP found the op. Yeah, solid start.
I did not see if Bandito was able to get his own op. Does not matter, though, as he will get opt out himself.
Yeah, in a 5v3, you have to favor the Aztecs in this round.
Take flight.
Hear the plant going off.
Spike planted.
She's gonna find a third.
Trying to wall bang through.
Have to see if Dream's able to find anything with the Odin. He's gonna pick off the turret, but Shell's hard to find too. But now it's just too hard to fight back at this point, and San Diego evens it out. Like you said at the start, it's gonna be a back and forth map, and we're really seeing it here.
Yeah,
no team's able to win 10 plus in a row.
Yeah, I would not expect us to see the dominating performances we saw earlier on, but a great job by San Diego State, and I think it is going to be interesting now with GDP on that off. I mean, Gonna put a lot of pressure on Boise State, especially. Like I said, I did not see if Bandito reinvested in the op that last round, but he's definitely not gonna be able to get one this round. So whoever can get onto GDP on that Viper is going to be what Boise State needs, because as he gets more kills and builds up that Viper off again, we've seen how powerful it can be.
Yeah, I have to see. Maybe they'll get another win over the op like we saw in the last map, but not too likely. See Shell's going to take out the drone here as they make their way towards B. We do see Omen kind of over on A side. He's going to be able to look for a bit of a lurk.
Wallbang's coming out. Nobody has taken too much damage. I think you said Skilljoy, maybe a bullet nicked him in the knee.
Yeah, definitely still just kind of feeling things out, feeling where the defense is, seeing what they need to push through, trying to bait out some of those smokes and see what they're going to bring. It looks like they might start pushing up here. About 50 seconds left, so I have to see what their plan is. See Omen still on that back side of A.
Over to A, yeah, looks like, see the Raz and Viper sitting mid-long.
Hear that op shot, but
yeah,
didn't find anything. Spike's still over at B. They're just kind of waiting, but with 30 seconds left, they're going to have to look for something soon.
It's going to be pretty split here. That's a great pick to start from Lycan onto Hachi.
Green's going to start rotating towards A, but Spike's not there. Durek's going to find one. Bandito to bring it back.
One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left. Spike
and
down B.
Spike down right there. There's no time left for San Diego.
Yeah, he's just got to save the op. He ends up being taken out too, which is huge.
Well done by Shells to find him out.
I wasn't able to see if Shells was able to get the op.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But your hat's been...
I think I saw an op right there in that mini-map. But yeah, look at this play from your hat. Able to find both Rolf and Crayola on the side. Huge for Boise State.
Yeah, and I think for Viper, for GDP, that's just an unfortunate. You got to start running there, as you said. There's no way you can get the plant down. You've got the op. You just got to run for that matter. Yeah, you see Bandito has one, so I'd assume that they were able to pick up the op, because I saw Shells running towards the body.
We see a Marshall on the other side and a Guardian though, so definitely not going full eco from the Aztecs. So let's see what they are looking to bring out here. This man is going to take a shot but not find it. Taking some damage, but he does survive, and that's the most important part. It really only takes one shot with that op.
Cutting their vision.
There's the shock dart coming out. That looks like Boise's just going to kind of pull back a little bit, give the Aztecs the space they want, and choose to defend a little farther back.
Bandito looking for an angle. Kind of hanging out in mid. Ooh,
them dropping the wall. But yeah, huge pick on Shells.
And he's able to retreat as well.
Down to a minute if you're looking for some wall bangs, but not really able to find anyone.
Raz is going to be the first one to push up. Durag and Dreammaker on opposite sides of the wall of each other.
Shot down.
Yeah, we see them find another pick.
Spike down.
There's only 2 left at this point for Aztecs, and they don't have the spike.
Boise State actually staying right on top of the spike to get the op come out. Nice Marshall kill there from Crayola, at least to get
30
that.
seconds
Yeah,
left.
gonna bring it back a little bit, but I think they're just looking for just little extra what they can at this point.
Bandito gotta be careful.
They're gonna find Hachi. Oh, but the Marshall.
Marshall gets him.
See them poking out a little bit, able to find it, and look, saw immediately Dream making his way over towards that op.
Really turns around,
They're
goes for the op.
Last round.
They learned
in
from
the
that first
half.
game.
Yes.
And the last round before the swap, this is looking similar to that first game where that one ended with an 8-4 half, but we'll have to see what they bring out here.
8-4 for Boise State would feel really good.
It's a solid lead going into the attack phase, but it's definitely something that they still have to prep for. It's not set. It's not as strong as the 10-2 from the last round on Vine, so we'll have to see what they bring out. Looks like they're looking towards B on this time. Do see Dreammaker has the Odin again. Might be able to look for some more wall bangs, but he's playing from the opposite wall inside this time.
Cover going out.
Here are all the bullets. There's the Hunter Fury that's going to come out. Raz going to ult as well.
He's going to run through with that showstopper.
Spike
Able to
down
find some
B.
damage. Oh, he's able to find your hat. But both GDP and Durag are looking really low at this point, but it is a 4v4.
Keep that. Taken out by Shells.
Do have the site. We see a Killjoy coming out from Boise State. Dream's gonna find Durag, and it's a 3v2.
Probably just have to plant this if you are.
One enemy remaining.
They don't even have the spike actually. You see Shell stand next to it.
Yep, and there's gonna be the triple for Dream. And like we said, 8-4 going into the half.
Probably
Switching
a great spot
sides.
you want to be if you're Boise State realistically, and you get this pistol round 1. Boise State is inching closer and closer to that victory. We'll see how San Diego State does, however, as you mentioned. This is the map in the regular season. San Diego State did win 13-2, so if there's a map they wanted it to be game 3 for, it was probably this one.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what comes out in this pistol round. We talked before, just so important. It really sets the pace for the economy of the second half. But so far, Boise's only found one pistol round, which was the swap on that first map. So I'd definitely give it favor to the Aztecs. We'll have to see if they're able to bring it out and lead it back towards a closer game.
And that is the nice thing, though, about being up 8-4, is if you lose the pistol round, realistically, it probably becomes maybe 8-6 as opposed to 7-7. What we will have to see is Lycan's able to take care of all that equipment running his way.
Yeah, he's going to find the boombox. But
Durag right on the other side of that smoke. I don't know if he knows.
I saw San Diego pushing up a little bit, but it looks like they pulled back. They just grabbed the orb over at B. I see Boise kind of pushing up towards the center. They might be able to find Omen here. They're going to get the pick there.
He's pretty loose for the side of San Diego State. Meanwhile, you can see how hard the Sova and the Viper holding down A for the B for the Aztecs, I should say.
Yeah, big lurk coming out from that raise though. Might be able to find some picks on the backside. No, looks like Lycan's going to find him. Taken really low, but neither side's going to find that victory. Durag is going to find Bandit. Krayla finds Dream. It's a 3 versus 4. And Lycan's looking really low.
Lycan's going to have to do something incredible.
Yeah, comes down to your hat in a 1v3.
30 seconds left.
Only 30 seconds left. He doesn't have the spike. It's on site, so he's really just going to have to push forward and try and find all 3, but it's so hard to do, especially with the Frenzy. And 7 HP, I think this is going to have to be the Aztecs rounds.
Oh, that's a great pick, though, for some
10
extra
seconds
cash.
left.
Yeah, he's found 3 for himself, but it looks like Krayla is going to find his own 3rd, and it's going to be the round for the Aztecs.
A great job there from San Diego State. Great lurk as well. That is something the Aztecs have done incredibly well, is pulled off pretty successful lurks time and time again on Boise State.
Yeah, they're doing well. It's interesting to see how I haven't seen too many lurks coming out from Boise State, and so it's something that the Aztecs really lean towards, and it's something they find success with. We see them bring out a lot of Spectres, a lot of the SMGs, and Boise's going to be stuck with pistols. Unless they do try and force like the first half. We'll have to see.
I thought I saw at least one I thought maybe had. Not quite see.
Lycan does have the Sheriff. Hachi's going to get the first pick onto your hat. Durag's going to find another one in the 3rd. This is looking like a solid hold for the Aztecs. Going to bring it back to 8-6, but it comes down to Shells and Bandit. But Shells is taken low.
Last player standing.
Durag's going to find the 3rd
Flawless.
and the Flawless, bringing it back. Well done from the Aztecs.
Winning the round that they needed to win. Gonna put Boise State in probably one more round of being just a little bit cash strapped. You see the team there. 4 rounds away from an appearance against San Jose State in the Mountain West Finals.
Yeah, they're coming up, but we'll have to see what they're able to buy in this round. Looks like so far they're still holding. Lycan seems to have spent almost all his money, so this is a big round Boise needs to find a victory on. But he does have that Vandal.
It does look like Boise State opted to try and catch back up this round for the most part.
This is the round where we might start seeing some ults if maybe 1 or 2 key eliminations are found, so we'll have to see. I know the run it back should be fairly close, but Lycan's going to find the first pick onto Hachi.
Nito pushing through that grenade. You see the turret up there, though.
Yeah, turret's going to scat him out. They know Boise's on this side, but it looks like Boise's just going to start rotating off as well.
And nobody really on B at the moment for San Diego State.
Yeah, looks like Shells is kind of waiting, gonna try and catch someone on that rotate to B, but we'll have to see when they decide to do it. We see a few members kind of sitting around in their attacker spawns.
Curious if he wants to use the run it back here to peek this mid courtyard.
He might. He'd have to go through that wall, so it's a little scary. But it looks like they're just gonna full rotate back towards that B side. See, the Rays coming down through mid. Might be able to find a few picks from the lurk here. But it looks like all Boise does get in there. There's the run it back. Dream's gonna find Crayola.
30 seconds left. One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
huge flick from Lycan, bringing it back, and it's a 2 versus 1 here. It's all down to the Killjoy.
The roll's gonna rotate over.
Placing swarm grenade.
Got some swarm grenades coming out, but Boise's really got time on their side. But Rolf is gonna find that one. And it comes down to Rolf and Bandit, and Bandit's gonna find it.
Perfect lurk there for Bandit. Almost worried there with all the bullets flying over his shoulder, but...
Yeah, that was a little scary. A few missed shots, and like we saw just earlier in that round, we saw a quick turnaround flick from Lycan, and might have seen that from Rolf, but wasn't quite able to find it.
Boise State up 9-6 now.
Yeah, they're cleaning it out. Just need a few more rounds. Just need 4 rounds from there, or 7 rounds from the Aztecs to find the victory, unless we get some overtime. But we'll have to see. We see Boise spreading out. We didn't see a lot of spreading coming from the Aztecs on their offense. We'll have to see if they're able to find some success. You see the wall bangs coming out with the Odin over on from Crayola. I think he was able to get a few dings. Sova's taking a little bit of damage, but...
A couple of... Probably about 20 or so HP onto Sova.
Yeah, it's definitely you take everything you can get. It's not something, it's not like Warzone where you need the ammo or anything. You definitely will spend a full clip just looking for a half a health bar.
Very rarely, unless you're on the op, do you go through all of your ammo in a round of Valorant.
I have to see what Boise's gonna push up towards this A side. Have to see if they're able to find him. They're gonna trade some. Bandit and Dream find kill of a piece, but Durag found one with the satchel on the first side.
Ooh, wall does go up.
It's in a 4v3, so a little damage coming out onto Bandit.
Ooh.
He finds 2.
Spike down A.
To power up that Viper like you talked about.
Come down to Bandit, and Hachi's gonna find it out. It takes us to 9-7. This is a much closer game than we've seen at all from this series.
Yeah, spectacular play by GDP with that wall, forcing Boise State to push through. Now he has that Viper ult. Can be a little bit awkward at times defending. Kind of have to wait for the team to plant before you use it.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit easier to use on the offensive side, but it can just stall for so much time. So we'll have to see how he decides to use it. See the showstopper from Rays as well available, so might be able to see some of that, some of those rockets coming out.
Yeah, it looks like Boise's gonna be forced into an eco here.
Yeah, don't have a whole lot. Got Hachi getting that first round on Bandit. The smoke's coming out, gonna wall off Sova. Taking a little bit of damage, but it's only got the frenzy, gonna make it a little difficult.
Yeah. A couple picks here would be huge for Boise State, even if they're not able to win the round.
Yeah.
Power equaling, they need that money.
Just need to find something. Even that orb would be nice, but looks like Lycan does have that ult already set up. Looks like Crayola's gonna find one, Durag find another. It's in a 2v5.
Your hand might be able to get a pick on a Durag. A little bit of a lurk here.
Last player standing.
No, the gun difference was too much there.
Flawless for San Diego State, and the Aztecs have us at 9-8 now, and clearly have money advantage on their side by a significant margin.
Yeah, they've really brought it back. We'll have to see what Boise's able to do here. They saved up that last round, like you mentioned, so they've got plenty of money, but we'll have to see if they put it to good use here. Saw an Odin on the Aztec side. Might be looking for some more wall bangs. Found a lot of success for it in the past 2 rounds, so to see if what happens on this A site.
I'm surprised I haven't seen an op come out from San Diego State, especially either on the Crayola or GTP. They've both been quite fantastic with it so far.
Yeah, they've definitely found a lot of success. So I'll have to see if maybe next round they decide to bring it out. Hear the orb coming up for the Phoenix. You see Dream kind of on the backside of mid, hoping to catch some rotations, possibly. Might see the Rays if they decide to peek out, but looks like Boise's going to pull back and kind of rotate off towards B.
Not too many on B for San Diego State. Just the one member with the Rays kind of hanging out in the mid. And so far, San Diego State not opting yet to rotate over, which Boise State, if they go quickly, might be able to catch GDP off guard.
Yeah, with throwing that smoke and the Killjoy ult, they're definitely going to know it's at B now, so they're going to start their rotations. Durag's able to find the showstopper as well onto your hat, but Lycan's just going to bring it back. With that Killjoy ult coming out, they're going to have full control over this site.
Good job escaping the Killjoy there from San Diego State, but it's going to be Boise State control of the point.
Here are a few swarm grenades coming out.
Yep, going out as well for Bandito.
Spike's been planted now. Boise just has to hold this location. But Viper does have the ult if she's able to make it over there and drop it. So have to see if they're able to kind of get that success roll. Finds Lycan. So many shots coming out just into the smoke blind, hoping to find something.
Revealing area.
Bandito as well. Shells does get one back. It's 2v3.
Yeah, Shell's going to bring it back. Hachi's going to start the defuse though, but Dreammaker's going to get him with the ult. But Crayola's going to finish it, and right there, we have an even game.
Tried to use, I think, multiple ults there from Boise State, not able to find it.
So close, had to stall for another 3 seconds, but just wasn't quite enough. And we're tied at 9-9.
Boise State should be fine on cash thanks to the loss streak. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. They did use at least 3 ults there, and you see that there are 4 up for San Diego State. So Boise State's got to be careful, especially with that Viper ult. That is kind of the one you're waiting for, where it could catch Boise State in a very awkward position.
Yeah, it definitely is. They do have the Killjoy. I'd expect to see that probably come out in this round, or maybe the next one as well. That one's something you find to just give you full control over a site. Much easier to use than the Viper. And Hachi's going to stick out, find a first pick. They're going to bring it back. Lycan's just going to charge forward a little bit. Take some damage, but isn't finished off.
Nice pick there by Dreammaker.
Gets the shock dart. That poison comes down. Gonna deter them a little bit from pushing out, especially with Lycan being so low. Durag finds one on the backside though. Bandito will bring it back though. Yeah, Lycan taken low.
Great, yeah, great grenade from the grave for Durag there as well on that lurk. Takes Lycan, it's set to 2 HP.
Right there though, we saw Viper bring out the ult at A, so it looks like Boise's just gonna go for the full rotate. They're in a 3v2.
Be careful, Sova does have his ult. It's gonna be in the very back there of B.
Yeah, Bandit kind of charged a little bit forward by themselves. We'll have to see if he's able to win that gunfight. Oh, Dream does take him out actually. And Boise is gonna find the plant here. Just have to find that Viper, but there's 2 really low members here.
Yeah, Boise State. Killjoy at 2 HP, Dream at 12. Know where he is.
GDP finds Lycan.
Didn't take any damage either.
It's gonna come down to Dream and Bandit just to really hold this site and find this victory for Boise State. And they really need to find this one. You see this wall coming up. Time's running out for GDP though. He needs to make this quick. He's gonna find Dream. Bandit's just gotta take this slow. GDP finds it. Can he get the defuse? Not sure. I think he does.
Close.
Clutch.
He got it.
Just under 2 seconds.
It's so close, but once again, Boise just wasn't able to hold quite long enough. And San Diego State has the lead going into this round.
And GDP knew exactly where Bandit was, which made that fight even harder for him. And now we see San Diego State. We talked about those long winning streaks. Won 6 of the last 7.
Yeah, they're doing well. Got another big round here. See if Boise can even it out or see if San Diego's gonna further their lead. See them setting up around this A site with 3 members from the Aztecs over at B, so. See a few smokes coming out.
Deploying drone.
Drone's gonna kind of scout out, see what kind of defense is over at this site.
See the one member of San Diego State hanging out there.
You see Killjoy kind of staying towards mid, hoping for a catch-up pick, but it looks like they're going to make their way towards A. Only the Raze is left on B. Oh. Oh, okay. Omen thought about teleporting, but he did cancel it.
You should run.
There's the attack Killjoy.
Along with the run it back as well. Rolf's going to find one with the grenades.
Back is taken out. No value there, unfortunately. Boise State's going to have to rotate over.
Yeah. It's a 4v5. It's still not too bad, but...
Friola's hanging right there. Boise State's not careful.
Yeah, that looks like they spotted him out. He wasn't able to find anything. I do see Boise kind of in this mid. Looks like they're unsure which side they really want to push for.
30 seconds
kind of
left.
Making up their mind still. Looks like they might be going towards A again.
Ooh, they knew exactly where your hat was, trying to get that flank off.
Well done from Hachi. He's able to find the headshot instantly, and they know that Boise's coming back towards A. Trail's going to find another one and a second.
Flawless.
Another flawless for San Diego State. The Aztecs starting to pull away a little bit in this one. Still 2 rounds left at least. Boise State to come back though.
The 4th flawless of the map, and 3 of them have been for the Aztecs, so they're playing really well. They've really found kind of their stride in this map. But 11-9, still not over. There are a few more rounds. Boise can bring it back fairly quickly, but we do see Shells sitting on the Sheriff. We'll have to see if they decide to eco here.
This would be a very, very risky eco for Boise State.
Yeah, they're kind of, looks like they're betting it all on that next round. Well, we do see the Spectre. So we see probably like a few half buys. We've got a few Spectres coming out.
Does look like we might have a
We do have a pause coming out.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be very risky for Boise State to go with a half buy here, just because you're going to find yourself in that similar spot they found themselves on Bind, where every single round was match point. Won't be as down as many points this time, but still not the spot you want to be in, down 9-12.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they're able to find success. I know there's been plenty of thrifties. We'll have to see. Maybe they can just win the eco round, but it just makes it much more difficult. These teams take some time kind of thinking about what they want to bring out in this map.
We haven't really seen... Can't quite tell who the pause is for, so hopefully we'll be able to get back in sooner rather than later. We are very close, though, to finding out who will be in our finals. As Kobo mentioned earlier, so we have heard San Jose State, who was the #1 overall seed from the Mountain West, has advanced to the finals. So they are awaiting their opponent between San Diego State and Boise State. We're going to get right into could be the penultimate round here.
Yeah. See them liking pushing up a little bit towards B, but most of Boise's over towards A. We've got a few over actually mid as well. Gonna take a little bit of damage, but overall not too much happened over here. You see Lycan pushing up. We've got 2 members of the Aztecs in that side, but we can pick off the turret. Have to see what Boise State decides to push for. They're going to make their way towards the mid of the map. Might like what they see on this A site.
Viper Wall kind of cutting off Dream, unfortunately. Is going to allow the enemy Sova to set Crayola to set up in heaven. Same with Durag.
Yeah, the smoke as well. Just going to fully block off all of Dream's vision, but he does have that recon dart. Might be able to look for something through it. See the flash coming in.
Nobody there.
30 seconds left.
Boise State's running out of time. Need to look for that plant too. There's still 2 members in mid, but GDP is going to find Lycan on the backside of it. Looks like Omen ulted out.
Great couple picks from Dream.
He's going to get 2. It's a 3v3. Shells only has the ghost though. Defender Killjoy coming out. Dream finds a 3rd. Sounds like an ult's coming out, and the turrets. Oh no, okay, looks like GDP was able to get the shots actually.
They're able to destroy the Killjoy, but it's going to be a 2-on-1.
Huge for Dream. Get the fourth.
Scanning ahead.
Can't get GDP.
Just didn't have the HP. And we did say that was kind of a half buy from Boise State, but they have to win this next really 3 rounds.
Yep. Nothing Boise State can afford to lose now. So close, just as you mentioned. And unfortunately ran out of ammo and didn't get a chance to reload the main weapon either. That's going to make it even harder.
Yeah, he knew they were close and just wasn't able to quite find the right headshot for it, but they've got a good buy here, so this is what's going to come down to. The Viper ult is the only one available so far, but that is a major one if they're able to find the right placement.
Yeah, either absolutely cut off a point for Boise State, or on the regain attempt for San Diego State could potentially make it very hard for Boise State to hold a bomb site.
See most of Boise State over towards B. Looks like they're capturing the orb right now.
Maybe trying to throw him off a little bit there.
Shells is spotted on that recon dart.
Ooh, that's a great pick on to Viper of all people. Lycan gets
and
another one.
2 huge picks. It's definitely the start they need in this round.
Now they're gonna hard shove.
Cover going out.
Hey, it looks like
Killjoy on the side here. Looks like Crypto's lurking on the side.
Rag. Now they need to get rolled. Trades 1-for-1, but that's fine for Boise State because now it's Crayola in the 1-on-4. Your hat's gonna get the plant down.
We saw a lot of these in that first map, but typically Crayola just wasn't quite able to bring it out. It's a bit difficult to do a 1v4, but if there's a time for it, this might be the one the Aztecs need.
Be huge. This would be 4 here. Well, not going to happen in Boise State. 1 round down, 2 more to go to get us to overtime.
Yeah, they're keeping it close, keeping it in it. Have to see what the economy is looking like for the Aztecs, because if they're forced to do an eco here now as well, they might be in a bit of a pinch, but we'll have to see what they're able to buy.
Yeah, I mean, if Boise State wins, it doesn't look like, from what we can tell, that much of an eco. We even got the op there onto Crayola, which is a very, very deadly combination for Boise State.
Yeah, we haven't seen much in terms of ops on this map yet, so have to see what they bring out. See the Odin on the offensive side there coming out. Looks like they were able to dink GDP just once, but overall, not too much coming out. As most of Boise's over at A side, actually.
Deploying drone.
Trying to see if there's anyone over here.
Enemy mark.
Let's see.
Get a little bit of a scout.
GDP.
Looks like most of Boise kind of rotated off of A. Only the Phoenix, who does run it back right now.
And there's, you can hear them run it back.
Might be able to find the Killjoy. We'll have to see. Drag's gonna find Dream.
The back does end. You see Killjoy for San Diego State is red.
Yeah, they got a little bit of damage off, but Crayola's gonna find that off.
No charges left.
And a 3v5. This is looking difficult for Boise.
You get a pick here and soon. Wolf is low, as we mentioned.
Yeah, there's the pick. Your head took a bit of damage though. He's able to heal up with his hot hands as the spike plant comes out. But so far, we haven't seen Boise really able to hold once they've planted the spike. So we'll need to see them find some success here.
Especially with GDP going to have that Viper ult online.
I'm expecting to see that busted out here. See some of the poison coming out. See here a grenade. It's going to land right next to your hat. It's going to take him out.
Last player standing.
It comes down to Bandit. He's below the site. He's going to turn and Crayola's going to find it.
Fortunately, San Diego State should be able to get the defuse off.
Looks like that. The Aztecs do find the victory in the semifinals.
Defenders win.
The Aztecs will advance the championship. We'll take on San Jose State. That'll be California superiority. Who's better, SoCal or NorCal? We will find out in our Mountain West Finals. Boise State, fantastic effort from them. So unfortunately, the Aztecs just built the lead that Boise State could not quite claw back towards. Don't forget that Idaho Codes, a sponsored summer computer science program open to all 7th through 12th grade students in every Idaho school district, teaching coding and programming courses. Students who complete Idaho Codes have various credit opportunities and can network with those in industry. Please encourage students in every district to register at www.idahocodes.org. The program is free for the first 1,000 students registered, and there are options to participate either on campus or online. Idaho Codes is also looking for local college students with a background in coding to be mentors for Idaho Codes, and it pays up to $2,000. San Diego State, the victor here, the 2-1 series win over Boise State. They will advance to our Mountain West Valorant Finals. They will take on the #1 overall seed San Jose State. But for the first year for Boise State, with Valorant getting even more support in the fall, Koba cannot be disappointed in the effort they put in today.
Yeah, they definitely played their heart out. We know San Diego State's a strong team, and they're able to bring it today, and we'll have to see what they're able to bring against San Jose, who's another solid team. The Mountain West is really filled with a lot of really strong teams in Valorant, and I'm really excited to see what comes in the future.
Yeah, it is a very, very stacked conference, seeing a ton of support for this new game that, for the most part, Riot just kind of said, we'll just kind of feel out what happens the first 2 years, and then we'll go from there. And so far, the Mountain West has picked it up, and as you mentioned, a lot of teams have gotten into it. A lot of very talented teams. Boise State, I think, can very easily crack that upper echelon, just unfortunately not today. And so we'll see San Jose State and San Diego State in our finals. And you mentioned two talented teams. San Jose State, I think you were even telling me, one of the best in the country collegiately.
Yeah, they were able to take the Red Bull Campus Clutch victory yesterday. So they're actually going to be flying out to Spain to represent America in a university tournament across countries. I'm not entirely sure when that's happening, but they're a well-prepared team, and they're looking really strong coming into this.
Yeah, and anytime you can have that happen for anyone in your conference, it just builds up the reputation of your conference. You cannot be unhappy at all. Got to be rooting for San Jose State when that happens. We'll see if we will have a ICCU player of the game for that match between Boise State and San Diego State, because really I thought there was a spectacular plays all around. Your hat was fantastic in that third map. So unfortunately, towards the end, Boise State started to falter, but really they cannot be disappointed in their effort today, as we do see our ICCU player of the game. It's going to be Lycan, who was very fantastic as well on that Cypher, especially on Haven, was a big reason why Boise State dominated that first map.
Yeah, Lycan was able to find a lot of success in most of these rounds, find a lot of headshots, just really able to control the flow of the game. And I think he's well deserving of this player of the game, and it's well done by him.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, Boise State, every round incredibly close, including this one on Bind, where at one point down 12-2, they battled all the way back to make it 12-8. Almost forced overtime on Ascent, getting it to 12-10 before they just could not quite get it done. But a fantastic effort here for Boise State. Cannot wait to see going forward. As we talked about, this team moved up to the varsity level for Boise State Esports, so a lot more support. Koba taking over as the coach as well. This team is star-studded, Koba, and I'm sure great things are around the corner for them.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to what comes next, but just an incredible performance by both these teams.
Congratulations to Lycan on the player of the game, brought to you by Idaho Central Credit Union. Believes a great player makes a team more successful, just like Idaho Central's helping members achieve financial success. Lycan is your ICCU player of the game. Well, that will close out the Boise State portion of the broadcast. But as we mentioned, regardless of who won, we will have the Valorant Finals here live. It will be between San Jose State and San Diego State. They'll be competing for the first ever Mountain West Valorant Championship. But we'll close out this one with our Idaho Army National Guard top 5 plays. The Idaho Army National Guard invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. More than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Reach out on Twitch at iGuard Gaming and don't go anywhere. Who's going to be the champion? San Jose State or San Diego State? Find out next. It was a 2-1 win then. And now we'll see who wins 2-1 overall and goes to the finals against San Jose State. It's map 3 in Ascent. It's right around the corner.
Saw a lot of these in that first map, but to the 1v4, but if there's time for it, this might be the one the Aztecs need.
Huge. Before here, well, not going to happen in Boise State.
So I think they heard something. They know what's happening. Killjoy's going to bring out the ult, though. It's going to be a big opportunity for them to kind of take over the site.
Your hat actually gets a headshot, barely hiding in a corner.
Get a second, get a third.
Remaining.
And now it's all down to Viper.
Your hat
30 seconds left.
Perfect.
Two picks from Crayola coming out.
Spike down B.
Huge dash from Hachi. Wow, that was aggressive. Ult comes out from Lycan.
One enemy remaining.
Down to GDP, and Lycan's gonna get another 3 rounds.
Bandito, oh, Hachi got caught, but unfortunately Shell just couldn't land the shots.
Took a few shots on him, I think. It was only one. Still about 20 damage.
Ooh, there's the first kill
Spike
with the
down
off.
A.
GDP's gonna bring it back.
Oh!
Enemy remaining.
Huge from Shells. And now it's down to the Cypher, and
Using
Standing
his
ahead.
jet ult to try and win that round. If somebody can get an ult for Boise State, maybe use that to win a round. See now the run it backs up for your hat.
see them pushing over onto A. They're making their way, getting trade 1-for-1. But Lycan's gonna find a
Down
second.
A.
And a third. Oh!
Last bullet, you never want to see that if you're
We know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof. We know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof. We know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof. We know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof. We know we're future proof.
You wanna know my feelings every time I look in your eyes. Baby, I can feel your energy, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. You wanna know my feelings every time I look in your eyes. Baby, I can feel your energy, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I.
and welcome into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. Tonight, we will crown our first ever Mountain West Valorant champion. San Diego State just took down Boise State in Game 3 to advance. They will play San Jose State, who is by far one of the best collegiate Valorant teams in the country, as we heard Notkoba say before the break. They're going to end up traveling to Spain some point in the summer to represent NA in a collegiate tournament. So they are definitely going to be one of the best teams. We talked to one of the players for Boise State. He said multiple members of them in the top 100 for NA Valorant. I am joined now by Voiceless One, who's the main Valorant caster for Boise State. And Voiceless, this is going to be a very, very tough match for San Diego State to be able to win. You were able to catch some of their win over Boise State. What do you think the Aztecs do well, and do you think they have a chance against maybe the best team in collegiate Valorant right now?
I think a big part of their success lies in their ability to retake. We saw so much of their major strengths come out on those quick retakes, especially as a group, you know, the 5-man retake. There was, I think, 3 rounds in a row during the game against Boise State that, you know, Boise got the post plant positions, you know, pretty much just how they wanted, and it didn't even make a difference because the retake from San Diego was just so clean. So I think capitalizing on that, it may be the difference maker here against San Jose.
The one good thing for San Diego State is we have been told there are a couple of subs coming in for San Jose State, so they might be down just a little bit, which might make it very winnable for the Aztecs. But again, this is a talented team, like we said, probably the best collegiate team in the country for San Jose State, so it is going to be very, very hard. We will be starting on Haven, which is a map Boise State absolutely dominated San Diego State on. If you did not see that part of the broadcast, Boise State won 12 rounds in a row to end up claiming the victory there. So San Diego State's got to change that in a hurry. As we get to Doc's keys to the game in Valorant, call-outs are critical, watch your corners, call-out ability use, and track enemy econ. It's all brought to you by Count. Identity Trust Global Network delivers real-time fraud prevention, account protection, enables a personalized customer experience for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. Quick and accurate identity trust decisions deliver safe payments, account creation, login events, while reducing digital fraud, chargeback, false positives, and manual reviews. If you want to stay safe online, you can check them out at count.com, Kount.com. Bishop Voiceless here to call the Mountain West Valorant Championships. It will be San Jose State and San Diego State. Unfortunately, the Broncos knocked out by the Aztecs, but I think the Mountain West might be one of the best Valorant conferences in the country with San Jose State and also Boise State and San Diego State. We could be on our hands maybe some fantastic Valorant here today, Voiceless.
I'm really excited to watch this matchup. A bit of a heartbreaker that our beloved Broncos aren't going to be joining in it, but what can you do? They played their heart out. They played an absolutely fantastic game, and the Aztecs played their hearts out as well. They definitely deserve to be here, so exciting, rooting for them. Going to see how things go. Very interesting to see how they handle Haven, have those 3 points on it, so it can sometimes be a little bit attacker-sided, some may think, because it can spread the defense just a little bit thin. And San Diego State is starting out on the defense, it looks like here. So it is possible that that can come into play.
And I think the guys to watch for San Diego from what we saw would be Crayola and GDP. They were the difference makers.
Looks like some early shots coming out. So people are going to be traded. 2 go down for the side of San Jose. 4 up still for San Diego. We got a 2 versus 4, and those Viper walls have effectively sealed off the C site, and the spike is rotating. They don't want any part of that. They're going to head back around, potentially look for a B push through window, or maybe an A push, which would be a great idea because A is currently absolutely empty. Every single member of San Diego State immediately bolted for C as soon as they made contact.
And nobody's going to be in position. You see 2 members of San Diego State bolting for A, but this is going to be a setup for San Jose State, and San Diego's going to have to go on the regame.
They are very good at the retake, as we noted right before the game started. So a numbers advantage and you know, kind of a strat advantage in the favor right now of San Diego. But San Jose definitely no slouch. Got both of those shock darts, which can be a huge post-plant utility tool that could make a big difference for them there.
Shots there. Ooh, Durag with the double immediately. There's that retake we talked about.
There it is. Durag gets the headshot and the triple burst on the classic that picks him up. 2 quick kills. They're going to get the defuse off with plenty of time. San Diego State going up 1-0 early on in the game.
And it does look like the Aztecs also have a new player. You see N810. Did not see him in our series against Boise State, so curious to see who he subbed in for. Didn't see much of him, but Durag definitely with the pop-off here as we see in the replay.
Durag is definitely a name we recognize. He played quite well in that last game as well. So now they're going to buy up, probably get most of those SMGs they have online. Looks like a Marshall for Crayola. Interesting.
Marshall for Nashi as well. Did not see many Marshalls in the Boise State series, so Kind of shocked that they're already coming out on round 2.
And San Jose's going to force up as well, so that's high risk, high reward. If they lose this round, they're in big trouble, back down to a full-on eco. And that'll give a full bonus for San Diego, so it'll be interesting to see what comes out there. As Durag goes down early in Garage, the ping will come through and let them know that just one is pushing up through Garage for the moment. I'm not sure if it's going to matter, though. As soon as the site is vacated, we have all full control of C site for San Jose State. There is one player for San Diego playing in the Garage, but has not aggressed yet. Going to wait for his teammates to come in so they can all push in together. As the post plant is positioned, are taken for San Jose, as another player for San Diego goes down in the Garage.
Trying to get him with the Marshall there.
Player standing.
Destroyer with the 3. He's looking for one more. Stolen by a teammate, but gee, San Jose, you mentioned it, they went high risk, high reward, and it paid off in bunches.
Absolutely. Sometimes you can, make that play and it doesn't go your way. You end up, on an eco for round 3, and, that's real quick. You get snowballed. You're down 5 rounds real quick in that situation. But when it plays out, you end up with a tied game like this, and now San Jose is going to have the money, might even purchase a rifle or 2 going into this next round. And that should mean that this next round is a bit of a walkaway, because they're not going to have much money, our San Diego State. Stuck on mostly Sheriffs.
That's like a full eco, as you mentioned, for San Diego State. And it's been a C-favored game so far for San Jose, as Destroyer is looking to maybe peek. Hachi wants that orb. Not going to find it, though.
Gets the assist there, so we'll get the soul orb there, able to be used, but Destroyer not going to elect to use it, just going to blind in, send out that Leer, and they're going to immediately plant in the middle of C-site and dare San Diego State to push into them and retake, with the Garage being held excellently by Eris. He's going to get a quick kill off onto Rolf. And now there's only 2 players remaining for San Diego State. Make that one. It's just a lonesome Jet hiding in spawn. Don't do it to him. Oh, does get 2 quick kills with the Sheriff before he gets gunned down in the back by Eris with that Spectre. And that's a 2-1 San Diego State down, but probably now having the credits they need to get a bye in this next round.
Yeah, and I like San Jose State realizing, as we've seen in Masters, the power of that Viper and just baiting in. I think that was Hachi from San Diego State to that alt orb on C long and getting a free first pick to get this pike playing on C. Really a great kind of bait play there from San Jose State.
I think the reason we're seeing, as you see San Jose State sort of aggress very heavily onto A side, I think what we're going to see a lot of them, if these first 3 rounds are to be believed, is heavy early aggression coming out onto a site and then just daring San Diego State to retake into them. I think this seems to be the modus operandi here for San Jose State, and that's, I think, why they've been prioritizing C and now A, because those are the easiest 2 sites to hold in a retake. B has so many angles you can be peeked from, it can be a little difficult there.
They do trade out 1 for 2, and you see Crayola has the knives out. Uh-oh.
Oh, no!
I'm sorry we did that to you, Crayola.
Spike
That's
down
a heartbreaker and a half. Just 1 remaining here for San Jose State. It's the Jet. He's going to potentially plant, going to think better of it and try and potentially, he might be looking to bait an early retake, but no luck there. San Diego State not going to fall for it, even sending in the drone to clear the corner. Spike's now going to go down, and it's a 2 versus 1. That recon arrow is going to come in to see if they can find the Jet for the side of San Jose State. Gets 1, starts to trade things out. Oh my goodness, gets 2.
Oh, wow.
Wow, the clutch there from Nasi.
I think that round really shifted, unfortunately, when Crayola just, I don't know if he fell asleep at his keyboard. And we're gonna put him up in 4K as well. You hate to see it.
Oh,
just,
oh, it hurts to watch.
That would have been a 1v3 if he found that pick. Instead, it was a 2v3, and we saw what Nashi could do. That hurts because now you got to be in the back of your mind. Hopefully Crayola clears his head. He was one of the best players in the Boise State series, but that is not what you want to see, especially as the underdog situation.
You can't be tilted here either. You just played a game. You're going right back in to play another one. You got to keep that mental fortitude online when you're playing so many back-to-back games. Wow, some kills exchanged, 1 with a Vandal, 1 with an off, but the early push into Garage goes terribly for the Omen on the side of San Jose State, and the Spike is now stuck in the middle of Garage. He's going to pick up that Phantom upgrade.
Crayola trying to hold it with the op. It's caught out, though, and that's huge. That's a big $5,000 shift, especially if San Jose State can win this round.
That lurk coming in through B is key right there. A lot of times it can feel like you snowball towards a point with all 5 of your members, and that's all that matters. But these lurks and these flanks from different angles are the difference maker here in this round. Wow. As the flank coming in from mid and B ends up taking down all the players on the side of San Diego that were attempting to hold down that spike.
And as you talked about that lurk, that's something else that I thought San Diego State did really well against Boise State. They had a couple of great lurks, so the fact that Destroyer got one off of there is just kind of bittersweet. Is no idea that he was there, and I did not see if San Jose opted for the op. Doesn't look like they wanted it.
No, it looks like they left that on the ground.
Well, maybe actually not. Thig has one. I don't know if he was able to go pick it up or not, though.
It's I wonder myself. They do have plenty of credits, so it could have been that they just bought it. I'm not sure.
Same skin. Hard to say, though.
Thig holding down that very long A angle. Going to see if the Jet is going to push into him, but they're going to fall back and just try and take a looser hold on the A site. So with that control game, actually looking to go for a little bit of a default here. Our San Jose State kind of pushing in equal places all over the map. Nasi going down in garage there was a little strange to me.
I think he was trying to catch the Phoenix in the run it back animation.
Oh, that could be.
Didn't realize he had a teammate there.
Excellent hold. Wow.
Spike down
From
A.
N810. Holding an excellent angle, going to get the spike on the floor and take down 2 players. He will go down himself, but now there is a man advantage for San Diego State. Even though the spike is going down. Wow, it's going to be a 1 versus 3 retake. Destroyer has it all to do. Now he is playing Reyna, and if any hero can do it, Reyna can. She's got all that survivability, but it's not to be. Hachi takes him down with a headshot from the Phantom. Defuse is going to come through, and San Diego State are going to get a much-needed win in this round.
They're very aggressive from San Jose State, as you mentioned, pushing the Phoenix, just trying to catch him in the animation, which was very weird, and Hachi was in the perfect spot. Has that Viper ult, which can be very, very influential if a plant goes down, or you can just block off a whole point. Curious to see how he wants to use it.
Not a lot of ult usage here for either team, really. Look at most of them seeming to sort of stack their ults. Sometimes that can end in, one of those rounds, just like you see in Overwatch, where everybody just throws their ults at the wall and sees what sticks.
Yep. We've only seen, I think, the one Jet ult that, for Crayola's sake, we won't mention again. But yeah, you're right. Besides that, we haven't seen too much. I mean, you would think maybe we might get an attacker killjoy out here from San Jose State if they get a plant down.
Ooh, very early tag from the drone there. Excellent play from Elvin. Sprays down the wall on the garage. It's going to make that a little easier to wallbang in the future. And it looks like the hit is going to come through for C. Most of the players are cheating that direction. Just one remaining on a lurk for San Jose State, looking to cut off anybody who may be attempting to rotate through spawn on the side of San Diego.
See Hachi's trying to hold it down there. Smoke. Trying to fake out the orb, but no real interest in shooting down C long so far from Hachi. Doesn't have any idea they're there. They're just going to rotate over towards B now. Nice pick, though.
Durag immediately peeking out, finding the great timing that he needs. Oof! Gonna get a second. Was that through the smoke?
I think so.
I think that was through the Viper wall, and it didn't even matter. Gets a second kill, so once again, San Diego State with a man advantage, and time is starting to tick down, approaching 40 seconds, about halfway through the round, and no real play made yet for San Jose State. And they're gonna lose another one.
C.
That's a great job. Hachi gets caught out. They know the spike is exactly on C long, which is with an op watching. It is never a fun place to be for San Jose.
I'd like to see a little bit more utility usage when they know that there's an op there for San Jose State. I feel like they're doing a pretty good job of trying to keep it at bay, but I think I'd like to see. I guess I'd like to see just a little bit more Jet smoking when Jet's planning to play aggressive Crayola there.
That sucks.
Well done, holding a perfect angle that nobody was expecting, and Elvin goes down to an op shot.
Fantastic play here from San Diego State. As we mentioned, they came in as probably a slight underdog. San Jose State at full strength, one of the best, if not the best, collegiate team. A couple of subs in for the Spartans, but still, strong start for San Jose. I think up 4-1, but Aztecs have battled back here and kind of used the Spartans' aggressiveness against them. But San Jose State's taken a lot of very risky, is probably the most appropriate way to put it, gunfights.
And I think the Viper pick is the perfect way to do that if you're San Diego State, because Viper has that immediate decay damage on her poison now. You can throw that up at an angle San Jose State like to peek and dare them to take that fight at a disadvantage, because they're down 30 health the second they walk through that spike. Or that poison.
Corolla had 4 pushing him, still gets a pick on the Destroyer, which is huge. Now immediately he's going to try and go on to Chris. Gets him.
One enemy remaining.
What Elvin can do.
He's going to hold all by his lonesome. I don't think he's trying to win the round anymore. I think he's just trying to do some economic damage and hang on to this rifle of his.
Yep. He wants to try and get a greedy pick or two, and as you said, just stay here and not get picked off.
Don't know if he will be able to. 1 minute is a long time in Valorant, and that's a lot of time for members of San Diego State to flank and get into position from all sorts of different angles.
The biggest would be if you could kill Crayola and get the op out. That would be probably the most damage he could do.
I think in this situation, you consider that a win if you're Elvin. There is a player playing right underneath window in main, B main. So maybe sending out a drone in there, attempting to find a location. No, just holding the angle, waiting for Elvin. Interesting.
30
kind of
seconds
expected
left.
San Diego State to hunt just a little bit more for this kill, but they seem content to kind of just let the round play out.
Yeah, well, they have, they're on the winning streak, so I think they're probably more concerned about keeping their own guns than trying to do this much damage to Elvin.
Great utility usage. Like we were talking about earlier, I think the early couple
10
rounds
seconds left.
kind of threw San Diego State for just a little bit of a loop. Wow, as Hachi picks up the kill through the wall there. Just like I was talking about, that he comes through the wall and he has to take that fight at a disadvantage because he's 30 health down because of the wall. And that's the power that the Viper can bring to the table. And while I think San Diego State were thrown for a bit of a loop by the early aggression from San Jose State, I think they've kind of got a game plan figured out, Val. And they're using early util to force San Jose State to just kind of take a half step. Instead of sprinting at full speed, they come in just a little slower than they'd like to, and that gives San Diego State enough time to get some kills and put San Jose State in an awkward position.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, San Jose State wants to be on either A or C just because of the lack of angles. And a Viper basically by herself can hold off all of C. And that's kind of just funneling San Jose State right down A, and they've been picked off several times.
Yeah, San Diego was I think expecting this round to come in at C. They had cheated 3 players over to that side and just had 1 playing A. And he's going to fall back off of site, and A10 is going to fall back off of site. And unfortunately, as he peeks to get a kill, he's going to go down. So it's a 2 versus 5 as San Jose State gets the spike down on A. And much like last round, I wouldn't be surprised if we just see a save here. It's not very glamorous, but maybe the right call in this situation, as San Jose has picked up pretty much every gun they could look for and may even now start hunting for the kills themselves.
So they know Crayola has the op, so you would assume they want to hunt him down and take that out, even if they have to trade out a couple members for it.
Yeah, both players kind of watching each other's backs there. Oof! There's the op down on the floor, and I don't know that the remaining player for San Diego State is going to be able to pick that up.
Trying to protect it.
Hachi will get 1. Nope, looks away and is unable to get the second trade to get what he needs. So 3 players survive for the side of San Jose State as they take a 1-round lead. Eco looking decent for both teams. Both teams will be able to full by this round. Won't be forcing anybody onto an Eco just yet, but we'll have to see how things go in the rounds to come, because that can change very quickly, especially economic damage in Valorant. I think can be a little bit more dangerous than something like CS, because you can win a round and lose almost everybody in the round, and that can almost be a setback in some ways more than a victory.
And there's so much more, cash outflow in games like Valorant with all the utility you have to buy, as opposed to just buy a smoke, buy a flash, and you're done.
Absolutely, yeah. Nasi going to be pushing up through Garage. He won't be able to push through this Viper's bite unless he really wants to dash over the top of it. But looks like Crayola going to take an early peek down long and take down Fig. Big kill. Hachi gets another one on Nasi, who's attempting to peek out of Garage. And that is C locked down tight, throwing San Jose State for a loop. They're going to run around and go to A, currently unguarded. But as we've seen, San Diego State can retake with the best of them, and they might be able to pull this off, especially with a man advantage.
You
and
should
one
run.
sneaking up till heaven right now.
Attacker Killjoy trying to at least give him some time. Oh, he can still get to heaven though,
Spike planted.
which is huge for San Diego State, but they can get 2 up in heaven.
Oh, 2 players up there, but those shot darts could come in. Oh, both players surviving barely. That was close. They do area damage, so if Crayola was just a little bit closer to where those had gone off, he might have gone down.
Well, now it's Chris's turn to pop off with the op.
Hachi all by himself. Can throw out a little bit of util in that poison orb, but that's not going to be enough to stop the op. Chris with 4 in that round. Chris, having been pretty quiet so far in this game, has himself a killer round there off the back of his own ult, and comes up in a big way, seals that round off for San Jose, going to put them up 6-4.
Yeah, unfortunately, San Diego State with that Killjoy, as you mentioned with the shock dart area damage, got caught with 2 players basically stuck next to each other in heaven. I'm surprised they wanted to get that close to each other. Probably should have just bailed and let Crayola be up there with the op and not stood next to each other, because I don't think the Omen really did a whole lot besides just take damage.
Yeah, it was an interesting play. Not one that I hate, to be perfectly honest. I think the idea was that he can throw out some smokes from there and then teleport into his own smokes, and that way get a little bit of control on the ground. But it just didn't work out for them there. The shock dart's too good, coming in at the right time to kind of just shut that play down before it could begin, as we hear a run it back going off from a Phoenix. As, ooh, Nasi gonna get darted as he tries to take down the drone coming in through. Durag not going to find anything with his run it back, but going to gain a lot of space and information that there's a couple players playing C-Long for the side of San Jose State. So information being so key in Valorant may result in a jet kill right there on San Jose State as they're going to spray down the rest of the garage walls, try and make those a little easier to wallbang in time. And the one-way smoke thrown down, so not wanting anyone pushing through garage at the moment.
Your Destroyer right on the other side from Roll, for maybe that was Chris. Somebody's opping close to Roll, so he knows they're around the corner. Just didn't know where they were.
Destroyer holding that close angle and using the op shot to bait as first contact. Destroyer will go down in a trade to Hachi though, so we still have a man advantage here for San Diego State. That will dodge the ping. I was afraid he was going to get seen there. Perfect angle. I don't know if he was seen right there from the side of San Jose State, but Big gonna get him anyway, whether he saw him in the first place or not. Teleports up to heaven. Gonna take this off angle that I don't think anybody from San Diego will be expecting. But the early kill goes down, and now the defuse has begun. Nobody's watching the spike for San Jose State. They have to re-aggress into Hachi, who gets one kill on the Big. Oh, almost sprays down against Chris. Chris down to only 20 HP. Oh, gonna go down as well. The jumping air shot classic, the jet combo.
Yeah, and it does feel like, you know, it's almost every single round it's the same thing. San Jose State tries to look C-Long. They see all of the Viper utility there and realize, well, I guess we're not going to C. They just don't have an answer for Viper.
No,
I don't know what
really
the answer
don't.
would be either.
That Viper pick is coming in clutch for San Diego State. And there are a couple things that you can do in their position if you're San Jose State at this point. Viper utility, while extremely powerful, is always on a cooldown. She has that meter you can see right now at the bottom of the screen. And when that's out, you can't just toggle it back on again and just continuously have the wall up. You have to wait for a little bit for that to recharge. So what you can do is throw down some counter util of your own and then wait for that Viper utility to be offline and then push in yourself. But San Jose State seems to like to play fast tempo. That just doesn't seem like something they want to do right now, but I think that might be their best chance at countering the Viper, who's currently playing C-Long so well.
Crayola is going to get himself a quick double with the op as well. Hunter's Fury is going to come out to try and clear that Viper.
Wow, Durag getting a third, and that's going to mean there's only 2 players remaining here for San Jose State, and they're very tagged up.
Barely dodged that one.
Shave and a haircut.
I mean, what's their answer to Crayola on that op, not to mention the rest of the team?
Yeah, I think we're looking going at a tied half here. I think it's going to be 6-6.
You assume even they get the spike plant down, Viper ult probably comes out.
Oh, not expecting there to be somebody playing quite that close, but Nasi only down to 22 health and all by himself. Gonna have to find the spike, pick it up, and plant it without getting himself taken down by the 3 remaining members of San Diego State. He gets 1 with the knives and will get the reset, so he's got all those knives back. 2 remaining. He has no idea the angles anyone playing from. Tries to use speed to his advantage, but that's not going to work. They're just watching the garage door far too closely, are San Diego State, and we're tied. It's a tied half.
Yeah, very close here in our first game of the Mountain West Championship between San Diego State and San Jose State. Spartans took the early quick lead, but the Aztecs have rallied back and kind of had that edge defensively, and now I'll be curious to see how San Diego State wants to attack. Because we saw San Jose State, they wanted full aggression. They didn't want to wait about the Viper utility. They just wanted to go, go, go. And I'm curious if San Diego State maybe takes a little bit more of a calculated approach.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see them on offense. They didn't quite run as hard into Boise State during our last game as San Jose State seemed to like to do to them. So maybe going to be playing a little bit more of a default style, pulling out a little bit more utility and, you know, trying to get a favorable plant off once they, you know, baited some of the utility out that was being held by San Jose State.
Cover going on.
So far, no. So far, everything I just said was a big waste of breath. They're coming out hard and fast on this C site. Bullets and utility being sprayed everywhere as San Diego immediately takes control. Gonna get that plant down and take down Chris in the meantime.
Good lurk here from Crayola.
Very good lurk. Gonna get 1 in garage. Gonna pull himself back just out of range before he's able to be traded by the player coming in through garage window. And now he's holding a very close angle with his fellow Phoenix. Oh, doesn't even go down as they take down Destroyer in trade. Perfect blind coming in through from Urag. And that was a clean, crisp round to start off the half from San Diego State.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting how, we talked about against Boise State, San Diego State was a lot more, slower, a lot more methodical. They came out here, and it just feels like they believe the Viper is the counter to San Jose State, and that the Spartans just don't want to deal with that Viper utility, and that's kind of been the case so far for the last 5-6 rounds.
It's definitely been the difference maker so far in this half. They may be onto something. Maybe San Jose State just hasn't trained much. I mean, in their defense, the defense of San Jose State, Viper has been very non-meta for most of the time they've been playing. So maybe now that she's had a recent buff, they're just not quite sure how to deal with her because nobody was playing her this whole time.
Two trade early 1-for-1. Ooh, Nashi with a great pick on the side there. And 8-10 had no idea.
Only 3 remaining for San Diego State. They'll get the plant down and get the post plants they'd like. They have plenty of time, especially with that recon dart forcing players back just a little bit. But will they be able to hold it until the bomb goes off? That's one going down. So that's already things not looking great. Only 2 remaining here for San Diego. Zilla and Hachi, one holding Hell, one holding around the corner near Sewers. Not quite going to get what he needs there. Oh, got the headshot from the box just in time. Gets Destroyer. Not going to get it. Going to be 2 players remaining here for San Jose. They'll get the defuse off. And once again, we're tied up. This game, very close. Very close.
Yeah, this has been, a lot more back and forth than, at least from what I had been told about San Jose State, than maybe I was expecting. So, honestly, great start for San Diego State. You saw the pre-fire there, ended up getting him, but yeah, this has been a very back and forth game, which is very impressive for San Diego State, because Boise State was, one team was either winning 6 in a row or the other team was winning 6 in a row.
Yeah, it hasn't been a very streaky game, It's not like one wins 4 rounds and another wins 4 rounds. It's been almost 1-for-1 every single round. And that to me says 2 teams that are very, very closely matched.
Oh, yep.
Nobody expecting Nasi to be holding that close angle with the Bulldog down C-Long. He'll get 2 kills before he gets himself taken down. His work is done. You're happy with all that info and even the damage done in that position. That gives San Diego State the full clearance to send 2 players over to net to take a look at C, have other people lurking possibly mid. Maybe for a flank later on in the round? I have to see.
Even defensively, the Spartans are incredibly aggressive. As you mentioned, nobody expected Nashi to be there. And they're kind of stuck in C-Long right now.
Yeah, throwing out those jet smokes, trying to keep anybody from peeking them, but I think they need to rotate out at this point. There's too much info gathered about the locations, and there's too many players already rotated. You have time to rotate to another site at this point if you're San Diego State, and I think you need to do it. I may even do it in combination with an Omen Orb right there. But I think continuing to push down C site, and so much utility has been given at this point. There's already all the Killjoy util is all set up
30
there as
seconds
well.
left.
I think we have a couple players tagged up like this.
Shadows traveling.
Well.
I don't quite know what San Diego State was expecting pushing back C-Long.
Last player.
I think the hope there, because they hadn't gained enough information, they had lost their initiator. So they didn't have any way to gain information about who might be playing on site. Yeah, you can see that their Sova's down. So they don't have any way to gain information about who's on site. And I think they were hoping that if they waited long enough that they could trick San Jose State into rotating off and going somewhere else. Kind of playing mind games upon mind games there, but San Jose State way too patient for that. Just waits on site, and they just run right into the arms of the defenders.
Yeah, that was kind of my one thought. Might be the, as you said, the mind game, trying to out-mind game the mind game.
Ooh, interesting. Very different Viper wall that we've been seeing. This one going to go straight down the middle of the map and looks to be specifically targeted to keep Thig as low on health as possible. He's running back and forth between that wall, but in the long run, that will keep you very fragile.
Ooh, I was gonna say, Crayola used the ult, didn't get a single kill, and then gets taken out immediately.
Rating 1-for-1, now 2 picked up for San Diego State, so they have the advantage. And there is nobody currently playing on C proper. One in Garage, but that can easily be sealed off with an Omen Orb, and this plant could be going down very well here for San Diego. playing kind of slowly. Oh, going to use the run it back to clear through Garage, and it will work. The turret's going to go down, and they'll seal the defending player off in the window. So the entire Seaside proper and Garage have now been taken over by Durag, but he's going to get himself very caught out by the players who rotated through mid. That's the danger of popping your ult right outside Garage there, is there's almost always somebody waiting in mid to take you down.
One enemy remaining.
1-2 plus the long lurk here from Destroyer.
They'll see him and know he's coming.
Just another, I mean, again, 8-8.
Shadows traveling.
Very, very back and forth game, and a lot of pressure for San Diego State. Clearly likes that C-Long, not only defending it with the Viper, but also attacking it. That's kind of been their go-to spot when they need a win.
I haven't seen them, I don't think I've seen San Diego State make a realistic push for any other points yet in this half. Now that I'm thinking about it. They tried once for A.
Yeah, I think everything's been C, and you said that one for A where...
But that felt like they were pushed off of C and were like, all right, maybe we'll try this. Not like their game plan
Revealing area
from the beginning.
Well, here's the first full A push we're going to see.
Coming out hard and fast, as they are wont to do. Durag leading the way with those flashes of his.
Lurk from the Omen.
They'll get a tag using that recon dart. Gonna find, wow, 2 early kills coming out just in time as A control has gone over to San Diego State. They've gotten 3 kills. Spike's gonna go down, and now it's San Jose State in a 2 versus 5 retake scenario. I don't know if you want to go for this. You can maybe look for economic damage, but I wouldn't commit to anything because you're just asking to lose those guns of yours.
Get one, at least onto Crayola. Now they're gonna be right next to each other. Both have their ults, but they want to commit that much utility to this.
Chris gonna go down before he can use it. Durag with 3 on the round will pick up both Chris and Nasi. And that's gonna be 4 players surviving and carrying their guns forward to the next round. So a big win there coming forward from San Diego State. But like you said, those ultimates are online. So maybe in a round when they have the man advantage is a little bit closer, they're not in 2 versus 5, that can be the difference maker and will be sent right back to a tie.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, this has been a very, non-ult heavy game. We've seen a lot of, honestly, besides most of the Jet ult, we've seen a lot of heavy conservation put into those ultimates, which usually isn't something we saw too often in that Boise State-San Diego State series. They were pretty much almost popped on cooldown as Durag nearly gets caught out.
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think we've seen either Silver use their ult for the entire game. I don't think I've seen one Hunter's Fury yet.
Never even saw the Viper ult, never needed it.
They're getting out an early kill with that Sheriff. They've been forced onto an eco this round. They lose that one painfully in the one right before this. They're gonna, whoa, the very aggressive lurk from Big. Did not expect him to be quite up so far. I don't think either did San Diego State. They are down a player at this point, but their Killjoy has been tagged up just a little bit. Ooh, that's a crispy op shot from Chris. No pun intended.
Again, I think I can't get over San Diego State again trying to make this C-long push work, and it just doesn't.
No, I think the Marshall there was specifically bought from Chris with the intention of shutting down the C-long push.
Yep.
I think the idea there was between that and his Killjoy util that can help him guard the site, that turret and whatnot, that would be just enough of a deterrent to keep the full C-long rush from coming in, and it works there for San Jose State.
And I would think long term, I'd have to like San Jose State's chances of winning this, not in a dominant fashion, but if San Diego State can't figure out a way to attack any other site but C successfully, eventually they're going to get found out.
Yeah, you can't be too predictable in Valorant. Eventually your strat will become countered, and if you don't have another one to back it up, then you're in trouble. Here's some drone usage coming through here from the side of San Diego State, looking to gain some early intel about who might be playing in Garage. Wow, using the Viper's wall against them there, Nasi pushes very far up B and is going to find himself behind enemy lines in no time, but Crayola answers back with a Judge kill. We'll trade that out for a Vandal, and we'll find Nasi behind his lines, who had snuck up there previously. Nasi gets 2 kills behind enemy lines and is now got Crayola pinned in B main. He'll go down. Everyone will go down. San Jose up 10-9. We're getting close to finishing out Haven here, and I have no idea. Sometimes you could, Valorant, even though it's a round-based game, it can be very momentum as well. Yep. You can feel that one team is definitely an advantage because they've won 5-6 rounds in a row. Neither team has any momentum right now. I feel like you could just flip a coin and that could be the result of the next, round.
No, I'm 100% there with you, especially because of how aggressive San Jose State has played even defensively.
Get out of my way!
I mean, they've kind of, every time they get to go man, you know, they kind of throw it away because they get so aggressive and go for some crazy early lurk.
Yeah. Not going to be doing so this round. Going to be a slightly more passive A-hold, but the early Jet ultimate comes out, will force a little bit of shots out, but no kills coming out yet. Oh, wow.
One enemy remaining.
Never mind. Lots of kills coming through. Only one remaining is the defender killjoy used by Chris here. He'll go down because he has the lockdown will be destroyed. Throws down the spike for the extra 300 credits. Got to get that sweet, sweet money. And like you said, right when an advantage is gained, we go right back, and now we're tied again.
And this time it was San Diego State. They just run through the smoke. Sometimes it's just easy to press W and just kind of hold it on them. And honestly, a great job. San Diego State has been very adaptable. Against Boise State, they ran the similar strategy against San Jose, where they're probably the underdog. They have been very, very adaptable if they want to go C, if they want to just be incredibly aggressive. It's been pretty impressive.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with their level of fearlessness. A lot of times when you throw down a smoke from on the attacker side, it feels like you shouldn't push into that because you don't know who could be lurking behind it. But San Diego State not seeming terribly worried about what could be behind the smoke. They just kind of hold W and hold mouse 1 until everything's dead.
You're going to get Destroyer with the double pick here. So like I said, once someone gets the advantage, they immediately lose it. So it's a 4-on-2 now already.
Yeah, that lurk coming through. The players, the quick, no hesitation decision to rotate through the spawn of the attackers gives San Jose the most beautiful pinch you've ever seen in a lobby. And that's going to take everybody down and give San Jose State the lead once again.
But talk about it. It feels like we're trending towards overtime because immediately it feels like somebody for San Jose State is going to go a little too aggressive and get caught out. They do have the off for the C-long that it appears San Diego State is setting up for. So this could end very poorly for the Aztecs if Nasi's able to hit some shots.
I think the difference maker here is going to be whether or not this is dry peaked or whether or not they try and use some utility to force the op away. Whoa, not even needing any utility, just whiffing the shot is Nasi, and Durag answers back with a kill of his own, gets the headshot and puts San Diego at a man advantage. And now, because that player goes down, they don't have any information on the C site. They have to rotate some players over there to try and cover that site. And that means they're weak in other places. The attempted lurks coming through from San Jose are going to be shut down in a big way in mid. And they're going to rotate themselves through garage and have a huge man advantage looking forward to the plan. Ooh, until Elvin has his way. He's going to pick up 2 kills of his own and force it 3 versus 2.
One enemy remaining.
So to Elvin here in the 1v2. Got the Viper one to deal with.
Remaining.
He'll get 1. He's got 11 health remaining. No Viper left to keep those walls online.
Would be a pretty easy kill here for N810.
He may just rotate off this point and force the enemy Sova to play into him. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens whatsoever.
If you're going to ever use a Hunter's Fury, now might be the time if you can get a lucky shot onto B.
30 seconds left.
Planting.
Oh. Timing not quite lining up perfectly there. It's only 23 seconds remaining left for N810. He's got to make a decision about where he wants to plant pretty soon. Unbeknownst to him, there is a player rotating through. That smoke will give it away. He's going to throw the smoke down as fast as he can. An excellent decision to use the off angle, not expecting anybody to plant in that location. The Hunter's Fury is going to whiff, and he gets himself out and behind the smoke before the smoke dissipates, which means he has an incredible lurk here in the middle. But not going to be caught quite so easily is the Sova on the side of San Jose State, and that recon dart will find N810, but it doesn't matter. N810 getting the kills that he needs using his superior health pool, and we're all tied up once again, Fish.
I have never seen a game that's this back and forth.
I don't think I have either.
Because it's not like, as you mentioned, it's not win 4, win 4. It's literally one team wins a round. I think we've gone back and forth almost, you see that there, like 5 straight rounds. Every round since we flipped, no team has really gained a huge advantage.
No, and that's also meant that both teams are constantly on razor-thin eco. You can see that everybody can mostly buy in this round, but if they lose this, they're out of luck next one.
You see the full send from San Jose, double ops. Did not see that at all in Boise State and San Diego State. Very rarely do you have 2 confident offers on a team.
Gonna send through that drone through garage. Gonna catch the Phoenix using his run it back. but will not find anything in terms of damage, just a reveal Durag. He's going to clear up through Garage, maybe find it. Ooh, we'll know that there's an op being played on C-Long. Get himself taken down by the lurking Thig, but Thig will then get himself traded back by N810. Now going to go down to Nassi in the mid. So only 2 players remaining now for San Diego State. They are all the way back in spawn and have no information about where the players for San Jose State could be at this point. And it looks like the lurk wrap around through spawn is coming through once again. Seems to be a favorite play of San Jose State. They really like that move.
Spike down A.
Chris not even needing the help from behind, though. Going to get 2 quick op shots and shut this down. And we're on match point now, ladies and gents.
Match point.
Yeah, and if San Diego tracked well, they should know that there's 2 ops up for the Spartans, which I don't think you're pushing C-Long into a double op.
Honestly,
Just a guess.
if you're San Jose State, I think it would be a mistake to hold C-Long with the double op. I think you want one of the ops on A-Long and one on C-Long to keep them from rushing down either point, because that seems to be the rounds where San Diego State has the most success, is when they come out hard and fast. San Jose State doesn't seem to be terribly adept at handling the aggression when it's thrown back at them.
Especially with that Viper ult, San Diego State attacking, be aggressive with it and get it on a point ASAP.
Absolutely. That's dangerous. Yeah. I like the idea, but with somebody lurking right on the other side of that smoke, that's a dangerous game to play. And they're dropping like flies. We're going pinstripe in the kill feed. Only 2 players remaining now for the side of San Diego State. One is very tagged up. And the spray comes through, and San Jose State walks away with the win on Haven.
Very, very close game number 1, though, from our Mountain West Valorant Championships. San Jose State and San Diego State, the Aztecs battling 13-11. And as we said, ever since we flipped sides until the very end, Voiceless, that was back and forth to a T. That was honestly, I mean, I would expect to go 3 maps just based on that alone because of how close that game was.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see as we head into the next map whether or not that closeness had anything to do with the map itself. Is Haven really good for one of those teams, or really bad for one of those teams? You know, maybe when we move on to our next map, we'll find that it's much more one-sided, or maybe it'll be just as close. We'll just have to see if maybe some pocket strats or the map itself just coming in big for one of the teams. They're making things very close.
Yeah, the other thing that I would be curious to see is that we've given San Jose State so much deserved praise. If you kind of wake that sleeping giant who is like, look, we'll roll through it. We're already won this big Red Bull tournament. We'll just kind of roll San Diego State. And then when San Diego State gives them a challenge, then San Jose State says, oh, okay, we'll just come out and just absolutely grind them into the ground. That can happen as well when you get, when you get a giant tied at halftime, and they're like, wait, we're supposed to roll you. We're just going to come out and put up 28 unanswered in the second half. That can happen as well. So San Diego State's definitely got to be ready to maybe they woke the sleeping bear in a sense.
They made them use 1% of their power.
Exactly. They're like, well, you know what? We didn't really want to sweat today. Now we've got to come out here. Well, gosh dang it, we're just going to grind you into the ground. But we will see. That was an insanely close map on Haven. Can San Diego State get us to a game 3? Or is San Jose State going to be the undisputed Mountain West Valorant champions, never dropping a game? We will find out. We'll take a quick break. We'll have game 2 right around the corner.
BFC is launching the greatest events of the summer so gamers know that they are never alone. Brought to you by Antares Gaming and Never Alone Gaming, gaming teams that build a better future for mental health. And Esports Tower, paving the way for education in esports for the youth. We want the community to know that we stand together and we are united in spreading mental health awareness. We are also proud to announce that we are expanded into new games. This summer, gaming events are back.
Come on! That's insane! Oh my god! No! Oh my goodness!
Tried to keep it in play.
Kyle! It's over! Yodi gets it! Rick is your winner! He goes down 1 HP! Oh no!
The news says Gen Z is struggling. I've got news for them.
I wait tables, but last week I built a field hospital.
I put out a forest fire.
I stopped 1,000 attackers.
And a natural disaster.
I've saved lives and led a team on patrol.
I serve.
Well, I go to school full-time while I work full-time.
The greater the challenge, the stronger we become.
Into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We're potentially one map away from crowning our first ever Mountain West Valorant champion. San Jose State squeaking out a win on a Haven against San Diego State. We'll go to Ascent next, and we'll see if the Aztecs can force us to a Game 3. Fish and Voiceless here, calling all the action. Voiceless is one of the Boise State players reminded us during the break. This is now the 5th straight match for San Diego State. They had to play Boise State in a 3-map thriller. San Jose State got a bye from the first round as their opponent no-showed, and so that is a very, very interesting point to think about. Is this is now 5 maps in a row. We get like, what, a 3-minute break between maps, and we maybe had a 20-minute break between the semifinals and the finals. That's a lot of Valorant, especially a lot of high-stakes Valorant in a row.
Absolutely, and when your opponent hasn't had to play anything yet today, that's a big swing in terms of a lot of fatigue versus no fatigue. So maybe some of that having an effect here in the way that this match is playing out. Maybe things under a little bit different circumstances. We go to overtime and things look a little bit different. That last match was a little bit on a razor's edge. So little things like that can stack up in the long run.
Yeah, we do have a couple of changes. We have been told that one of the players for San Diego State, Durag, had some things come up, not able to continue, so they will have another sub come in. And that's the other thing you always got to wonder is how fresh is the sub staying? Is he able to get in some solo queue games on the side? Because to go right into a team like San Jose State while you're just cold off the bench, that could be huge, because Durag was pretty fantastic for the most part. A couple of bad run-it-backs where he got caught out, but he was pretty fantastic overall in that first map on that Phoenix.
Yeah, I got some big shoes to fill, the sub does, but hoping for the sake of great Valorant that can happen so we can get ourselves further on, see some more excellent Valorant, and get to a grand final that makes everybody proud.
And I will say, the one thing for San Diego State, and you and I talked about it a lot during the break, that Viper defensively, fantastic for the Aztecs. It shut down exactly what they knew the Spartans wanted to do, which is be aggressive. The problem is, offensively, that Viper kind of lacked the sting, if you will, for a pun, of what it had defensively, and they couldn't really ever get going.
And it looks like they're going to opt to not go with that here on Ascent. Dropping the Viper, switching a couple things around, going to have a Cypher in and a Reyna instead of the Phoenix. So looking a little bit different here on the attacking side, or the defending side early of... Wait, do I have this?
I think you have them backwards.
I think they're backwards up top.
No, I think they're swapped from last time, I believe.
Anyway, no Viper in this one.
Yes, no Viper. And a lot of early kills, so we know it's the same teams, that's for sure.
Yeah, still the same teams because they clashed early, down B long. Not going to find anybody in terms of a definitive winner. but you will have plenty of kills traded out either way. 11 does have those shock darts, so he can weaken these guys up dramatically as they enter the range. Wow, but he gets himself tagged. I think that was a headshot that took him down to 13 health. I think from that range, that's a headshot with the classic.
Oh, here's the lurk from Chris. Oh, the door shuts in front of him.
He almost got under the door. That's so sad.
Last player standing.
Elvin's going to send out the recon dart and will get himself taken down for his efforts. Chris answers back with one of his own, but he's down to 10 health now. And the spray coming in from an opponent is just going to miss him. He's got all to do. He's got to get this defuse off. And both players are covering each other's backs underneath heaven, watching the same angle, trying to keep each other safe.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, he'll get one over the top of the box. That's exactly what he needs. And the other player who's there is... Oh! Crayola on the Yoru, teleporting himself to safety, almost giving himself away, but not quite going to get the shots lined up that he needs, and Crayola ekes out the win the first round.
And now I'm going to be curious, because I think last time on Haven, San Diego State won the pistol round like we see here, but San Jose State immediately went for the full send instead of ecoing. And I'll be really curious if the Spartans do that again. Because that, as you mentioned, can either doom you for a couple more rounds, or you can even it up right away. And it looks like they're going to go for it again.
Yeah. I'm also kind of excited. I know this doesn't have anything to do with what you just said, but
no, that's okay.
I'm really excited to see the Yoru. It's not something we see a ton here at the collegiate level. It's not a agent that the Broncos favor too often, so I'm really excited that we get to see a little bit. Very unique hero. Lots of differing opinions about his best form of usage, but really exciting to see just something new out here.
I know last time I talked to Baratel, he was pushing for the Yoru, so I know he's happy somewhere.
He's a big Yoru stan. That's his main now. Early kill going the way of San Jose State. San Diego State's guys a little bit tagged up and forced to rotate backwards out from garage. You are not welcome here, says Elvin.
Revealing
Health bars
area.
for San Jose State do not lead a lot to be desired, though. It's
No,
a lot of red.
Yeah, those are three very tagged up heroes, and no healer on the side of San Jose State. You do have to self-heal on the Reyna, but no healer who can take care of anybody else on this team, so damage is permanent out here. Ooh, beautiful teleport from Crayola, but it doesn't work his way as the early flick from Thwig will get exactly what he needs. And San Jose State go the equalizer once again. Or even after 2 rounds.
I'm color me surprised, of course, that we're still tied here. And I mean, look at the health bars, 47, 12. 1 or 2 extra bullets land, and San Diego State's in a very, very comfortable spot. That's just unfortunate.
The positioning working out really well there for San Jose State, because the first contact that was made on the side of the defenders was always against the higher health pool heroes. So there was never really a chance for those low health pool heroes to get themselves picked off early by that first contact, because the contact always comes through against the higher HP players. Very well played from San Jose State.
Rolf just gets absolutely fried on a wall bang by the Odin. He had no idea.
Spike down B.
Is that Dreammaker? I thought the Broncos were eliminated already.
It felt a lot like it, that's for sure.
Thig gonna take down with that Spectre. Crayola, and now it's just N810 with his lonesome and a shorty. He'll get one. Hey, he'll throw down the cloud burst and get himself on site. I don't know if he has long for this world. The knife kill coming through, the disrespect from Destroyer. Oh, I just hate to see it. The knife kill feels bad, man.
Yeah, especially because he missed the first shot with the shorty too, which feels even worse because you're just reloading. Like, oh.
I'll just stand here and die an ignominious death.
He misses, and he's like, no idea where he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just... We have not been nice to Crayola today. I'm going to be honest.
No, he played extremely well in his game against the Broncos, but he is struggling. I mean, he's still playing extremely well, don't get me wrong here, against San Jose State, but he's also had his fair share of just really unlucky circumstances.
Stop over there for not.
But the early ult usage coming out, trying to force a distraction on the Opper. Not going to actually stick to it, and instead the Op will take down a player from San Diego State. So the ult usage from Crayola not coming out the way he'd like it to there. The early flash comes out and gets a connection on a headshot through the smoke. Will force some players back outside the door, but early trade kills come through from the player playing around the Radianite boxes for San Jose State, and there's only the Omen remaining. It's just Hachi for San Diego State. He'll get one, but he won't get two. He'll get taken down, and it's 3-1. San Jose State up in an eerily deja vu Like we're seeing a repeat of the map before us. Are we gonna go 4-1 and then 4-4?
6-6 at the half.
Yeah.
If we do, I mean, that's props to San Diego State, because I mean, this is the one thing is attacking. They did sometimes struggle with kind of just full sending 1 point, and at least on, you know, Haven, there's 3 points to attack. They can be a bit more spread out. I'm hoping nobody eats a full wall bang again.
I'm hoping someone does. I love
Get out of my way!
I'm a plebeian like that.
Oh!
Very early headshot. Anything other than the Vandal would have taken down there. Or, sorry, the Vandal is the only thing. My apologies. Blind comes out. Not going to quite get everything off, but the Cloudburst comes in to keep them separated as... Whoa! Spicy off-screen. Elvin gets 3 with that Odin. Blind comes in from Crayola. Not going to get anybody as the players are playing in Boathouse and Market at the moment.
Last player
Knives
standing.
out for N810. He'll go down to the headshot from the Phantom, and it's just Crayola with this Sheriff of his. No util. He's all on his lonesome. He will pick up an upgrade in the form of that op. Does he want to get away and try and save it? Not going to happen. Destroyer rotates around from Market, gets the headshot kill. And 4 players live on the side of San Jose State. So that's plenty of guns carried forward. And I believe San Diego State has the money to full buy this round. They had a partial eco in the last round, and I think they saved just enough to be able to full buy this round.
Looked like it. If only we could tell Thig to look to his right quickly. I will say, we talked about how Viper on that C on Haven was almost unpenetrable for San Jose State. Elvin with his Odin over on B has almost had the same effect.
Absolutely, and that is kind of the risk you take when you end up choosing Ascent. I believe we are working on loser's choice here, so I believe Ascent was the choice of San Diego State, and when you make that choice, you have to be prepared that someone might just hold that garage wall and just wallbang you to pieces.
This is the part where we talked about where maybe they awoke the sleeping giant.
Yeah, this seems to be San Diego State getting... Oh, no scoped! Oh! That was spicy. I can't even be mad. It was just so clean.
You can't be mad when you die to an op no scope.
No.
You really can't. But you will be, but you shouldn't be.
You shouldn't be. You just kind of have to accept that you deserve that. That was earned.
Like, and he knew he had the op too.
Yeah.
And we talked about this in the code, but you never peek the op.
That was beautiful. So not a carbon copy repeat of the last map. We're going up 5-1. Now there's kind of a broken half buy coming in for San Diego State, and San Jose State are so loaded. They have every single gun they could possibly want. The early blind comes through and is going to force the op back from Nasi. Shock Dart follows up to try and get some damage. Won't quite find it, but they will see that there's a Yoru patrolling around. And using the shorty, he'll take the op down and set it on the floor. He'll get himself taken down as Destroyer picks up 2 with his Phantom, though. But kills are traded every which way, and we come out on the other side with even man advantage on either side. The spike goes down, and the door is closed.
Spike planted. Getting sight.
A lot of ults committed that round for the first time really ever.
Roll's looking to set up some of that Killjoy utility that he likes to use. Gonna keep that spike safe, hoping that they can use it to delay for time, get what they need to keep the spike from going off, but they don't live long enough. The op and the quick rotation coming in from B main just tearing the Aztecs to shreds there as the spike will get defused, and we'll go up 6-1.
We got the attack of Killjoy. We finally got a Hunter's Fury come out, which is always a positive.
Love to see those Hunter's Furies.
You failed. Now.
And I think that's the one thing we talked about with, you know, Haven. You can be a bit more spread out with how aggressive San Jose State likes to play defending. I mean, these guys are just running basically point blank into ops. They finally got him take him down thanks to the Yoru, but they still have 2 ops on the side of San Jose State.
Yeah, and those ops are going to be absolutely oppressive to push into, because once you have 2 like that, I know double op has largely fallen out of the meta just because of the changes to ult usage and the recon and things like that, but it's still incredibly oppressive to have an op on both of your long angles.
Yep.
You got one holding mid, and you got one holding like the Heaven from A site, and it can just feel like you're locked in place and have nowhere to go. Wow, this is incredibly aggressive with the op from Thig. Oh, he's in trouble. That was not how he hoped that would go at all. Losing the op in enemy territory will give it over as he pushed up incredibly aggressively through Garage and got himself taken down there. Destroyer will answer back using the op of his own.
Spike down B.
And we'll get one. And now we're in a 1 versus 2. Hachi does have the spike and teleports to the empty A site. We'll get that spike down all on his lonesome. But can he hold the post plant as they push in towards him? They've got an op, which is not necessarily what you want for entering a site. It's a little bit more of a defensive tool. It'll whiff on the first shot, and Hachi gets the kill that he needs. It's a 1 versus 1. He has no idea where the player will be coming from. He's only got 8 shots in his Vandal. Hopefully he can reload before contact is made. He doesn't hear anything. All noise has been cut so far, and the clock continues to tick down as it plays in San Diego State's favor. I think he hears those footprints.
There's plan.
Still hasn't reloaded his gun. Oh.
Stealing sight.
Oh! The patience.
Get your place.
Barely just get taken out, which is unfortunate. But yeah, I mean, you mentioned it. That I was getting anxiety just watching him, you know, not ever opt to reload the Vandal there.
That was incredibly well played from Hachi. I cannot give him enough props for the patience displayed in that round. There's a little bit of mind games that go on with, you know, faking the defuse of the spike and things like that, but once he makes it clear that the enemy is trying to bait him with repeated defuses, he refuses to come around that corner until he knows the enemy has no choice but to stick the spike, and then he has that paranoia to back himself up and is able to just come away with the win there. Incredibly well played from Hachi, coming out with a big clutch there to get San Diego State their second win on the board.
Well, I was going to say if that gives them the momentum they need, but the kill feed disagrees with what my comment was about to be.
Oh, wow. Absolute bloodbath in B main as only 2 players from the side of San Diego State are able to walk away with their lives. They do have Thig, who has rotated behind them. They may not expect him to be there, and he gets an early 1 kill. Fakes an interesting teleport. Not sure if Rolf knows where he's playing from. He definitely does now. But Rolf is flooded from all sides. He gets 1 kill. He'll get taken down by the Sova pushing in from behind him as another round goes the way of San Jose State, and they're up 7-2. Looking much more dominant on Ascent than they did on Haven, at least so far.
Yeah, so far, and it does feel like from what we did see for the most part on Haven that San Diego State's attacking leaves a little bit to be desired. So I do think that the Aztecs are just trying to salvage as many rounds as they can, and at least, like we said, I mean, that was on the back of a Viper, which they don't have, but I think defending, I think San Diego State has a lot more confidence.
Which I think is why I believe, you know, our format at the moment for these finals is that the loser picks the map and the winner picks the opening side. So San Diego State picking this map and San Jose State choosing, you know, noticing that trend that the attack was a little weaker than the defense, did make the choice to lead out with the defense so that San Diego State has to start on a little bit of their weaker foot. Crayola is all pinched down. He has nowhere to go. Spike is on the floor, so he has to go that way eventually, but wow, beautiful. Whoa! That was an incredible blind combined with the gate crash from Yoru there in order to get the spike, take the op out, and even gets a little bit of a teabag for good measure. Maybe some frustration coming out just a little bit there as he expresses his displeasure at how this game has been going so far. But I don't think he's going to expect Elvin to be holding that angle. And it basically, I mean, it doesn't come for naught because I do believe that that op will remain on the ground.
Yeah, smart call by him to not pick the op up.
Yeah. So no op was picked up, so that's 5,000 credits gone to waste for San Jose State. A small victory there for San Diego, but still not quite how you'd like your round to be going, as at this point the best case scenario is a 8-4 half for San Diego State. Best case scenario.
And they're going to line up on A long again, which has not been their greatest. As we mentioned, both ops went down. I don't know if they ended up purchasing a second one for the Reyna. I don't think they did.
They certainly have enough money.
Yeah, they have plenty. Saw the Sova with over 7,000 credits.
Rolf would be smart to take this hold forward because that'll give him the lockdown that they might need in order to make this post plant happen here. He does opt to do that. He does. He takes the orb and uses it to activate his attacker cancel it. Spike is on the floor, but Thig cannot remain here or he's going to get himself very tagged up by the shock darts or the bullets coming out from the Vandal there of an 8-10. So there's only just Chris remaining. He is on the flank, and they may not expect him to be back here. as San Jose State overboard.
One enemy remaining.
Whoa, gets one kill
Spike down
around the side of
A.
the boxes. The dash comes out from the Jet, and N810 gets the kill that he needs to finish off Chris and get the third round on the board for San Diego State.
Last
But I am
round
noticing
in
a
the half.
pattern. On both Haven, I thought it might just be a strat that San Jose State likes to play on Haven, but it seems to be a team strat as a whole that they very much favor the wraparound through the opponent's spawn. Is a big thing that they like to run very often, or if not necessarily through spawn, lurking somewhere, you know, kind of in top mid area that catches an enemy off guard is a very common play of theirs. So if they notice it, maybe something that San Diego State can use throughout the rest of the match, if they notice it in time before the game runs away from them.
Spike down.
Yeah, I think
A.
it kind of matches up well with the aggressive defending, because when you get cleared out, you're going to be looking every corner for a spawn, and you're not going to expect the guy behind you like we nearly saw get a clutch out there from Chris as we do trade 1 for 1. There are multiple ults up for the Spartans. Not going to use some of them, though, as this is the last round before the swap, and they've been taken out. There's the Empress.
Man advantage right now for San Jose State, or sorry, for San Diego State. In a rare moment of advantage given over to San Diego, they'll use the attacker kill spray. Not going to get any tags or any damage off, unfortunately, but Crayola will find Destroyer to put them at quite a big advantage. That 8-4 half that I mentioned earlier looking to be more and more likely here, as San Diego State is going to get the spike down and force San Jose State to play into them. Ooh, but Chris gets a kill, and that Cypher upload, the neural theft, is going to come out and live away the locations where most of the all the players for San Diego State are currently playing. Which means they may have to reposition a little bit at risk of being discovered and taken down from an angle that they do not expect, especially with that shock dart coming in. Beautiful shock dart coming in. Hachi not going to fall for it, though. He's going to take down Elvin before those shock darts can get any hit. And the spray comes out across heaven. Chris goes down, and 8-4 is our score going into the half.
Sides.
Yeah, I thought that Cypher ult was going to be a lot more game-changing than it was. I was worried. I was like, okay, if Chris gets one kill, uses a Cypher ult, they're going to know where everybody is. I don't think Hachi moved from below heaven and still got a kill with it. So, kind of, I mean, not a wasted ult because it was going away anyway, but not as impactful as I was expecting.
Yeah, definitely. I think at that point, you know, the man advantage and the fact that they had the post plants they wanted there prompted San Diego State to just say, look, we have the post plants we want.
Yep.
They can push into us if they want to, because these post plants and our man advantage is strong enough that we don't care that, you know, the element of surprise is gone. But now we switch sides. San Diego State going to be the defenders. San Jose State forced to be the attackers, and this map can feel incredibly oppressive to attack into. So maybe that will be the final game changer here. Will bring us back up to tied in a few rounds. We'll have to see. They're going for a full B send. No hesitation. Not even using any smokes to seal off parts of B. They're not going to use the smoke until they get to the spawn of the defenders here. And they push through that as well and use that to pick up early kills onto San Diego State. Only 2 remaining. They're inside the defender's spawn right now, picking up kills. And the final player for San Diego State is Rolf, holding himself in heaven. They have a rough idea of where he is, given the fact that he hasn't shown up anywhere else yet. And Mousy will pick up the kill that he needs. Spike goes down, and that's a flawless opening of the half here for San Jose State.
Yeah, and it was kind of different from what we saw a lot on Haven, where they kind of just full rush a point, and that's where the Viper came in so clutch. As you mentioned, they kind of just bum rushed the defender's spawn and just kind of cut them off on rotation. And fortunately, I think it was Hesef saw them rotating with the jump on the Sova, tried to say, hey, everybody, they're going B, and kind of got them rotating into their own death.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, we did see that San Diego State struggled a little bit on their attack. I feel like they could have helped themselves out a little bit by trying to take a little bit more mid-control. And San Jose State not going to let that be used against them at all. They come out early and take all the mid-control they could possibly want. Going to send in the Lear as they bum rush B main this time, but that will not work out quite so easily in their favor, as the shorties and handguns of San Diego State will cut down quite a few members of San Jose State, and actually they have a man disadvantage as they go to plant this spike down. 2 versus 3.
Take the spike, now he'll slam it down. Jet for San Diego State is incredibly low. Soft gust should take him out.
Especially with 2 shock darts remaining on the side, that can be incredibly dangerous. There it is, just as you mentioned, the shock dart, or sorry, the spray coming through and taking down the Jet. Just 1 remaining. It's Hesef. He'll get taken down by a headshot. I think the shock dart might have finished him off if the headshot didn't.
It's a great play. Unfortunately for San Diego State, they all pushed Heaven, and as you mentioned, 2 of them are going to get wall banged, and then the third one's just going to get taken out because he doesn't have any teammates left to cover for him.
And the util advantage is really what comes in so clutch right there, because you can see that the players from the side of San Diego would like to push in further, but they don't feel comfortable being revealed by that ping. And so they feel kind of trapped and locked off on the side of Heaven there, and that gives all the angles that the defenders could want in those post plants to clean everything up. Util being a little bit of a silent hero at the end of that round there.
San Diego State did opt for a little bit of a contest on that round, so I don't know how much econ they're going to have.
Thig expecting that flank to come around the side of the smoke. A little more than N10 was expecting there to be somebody opposing him. Crayola going to get a couple kills with the Guardian of all things. Elvin going to take down Crayola though, and we are in a 3 versus 3 as the spike's going to go down. Well, he is revealed underneath Heaven. A potential for spray? As if not, going to take that bait. Just going to send in that recon dart of his own and try and get a retake of his teammates once the little bit more util information comes online. Going to send up the drone, are the attackers. Try and get a ping on somebody that they can spray through this smoke and get themselves a man advantage early. I don't think Rolf expected Thig to be holding that angle from Tree. Gets himself taken down with a quick and clean headshot. The spray comes through. Hachi evens us up.
Standing.
And Hasif will take us down to a 1 versus 1. It's just Chris holding underneath Heaven. He's not quite going to find what he needs on the first set of spray, but the tap, tap, tap of the headshots gets him what he needs, and it's 11-4. San Jose State starting to run away with this one.
Yeah, San Jose State starting to really push their advantage. I mean, the health disadvantage really is what comes into play here. As you can see, the Sova, I think only 35 HP, and unless every bullet lands on the head, you're just never going to win that battle.
Yeah. And when you've got a Vandal, it can be important to remember that at long range, the Phantom has damage fall off, and one headshot, if you're more than, I think, 25 meters away, will not be an instant kill shot if the enemy has full armor. A Vandal will, regardless of range. It does not have damage fall off. It can be a little bit more unwieldy to try and keep that bullet spray, but sometimes that can make the difference. And those weapon choices there coming in clutch with additional bit of wall penetration, I think making the difference for Chris in that very last fight. Very clean. Comes out just kind of slow, has the crosshair placement exactly where he needs it, and gets an early kill onto the Omen from San Diego State, and that is going to result in a lack of control. They have no smokes now. I mean, they have jet smokes, but those barely count. They last only 3 seconds. Ooh, but an early judge kill. Wow.
And Crayola's been popping off here with that Guardian.
2 versus 1. San Diego State with the advantage. Elvin all on his lonesome, has the spike and has Hunter's Fury. So he may be able to get to a good post plan and use Hunter's Fury to deny, especially if he can get an early kill and then hide. That'll force the attacking. Yeah, perfect. That's exactly what he needs. Now, you're going to know the Yoru has to check a million angles. He has no idea where the Sova's going to be playing, and that gives him time. He can use that to bait and stall out, and then use the Hunter's Fury to keep the defuse from coming through. That's negated just a little bit. Oh no! Oh, using the gate crash to get himself out of danger there, and gonna try and bang through the wall to get the kills that he needs, but he's been revealed himself, and time is running out. At this point, the Hunter's Fury may come in clutch. He doesn't even need it. Just uses the gun to finish everything off. And he's gonna throw his gun away, because he can.
Match point.
Oh, he does get away with it. Oh, excuse me.
Match point for San Jose State, and they're going to probably need a pop off here from Crayola on that jet with the knives, you would think, at least the way this has been going, because I think San Jose State, you mentioned, they picked defending first because I think they have supreme confidence that they're the better attacking team.
Yeah, I think that was absolutely that. They felt like their defense went a lot better than their offense on Haven.
Yep.
They gambled that would be roughly the same on Ascent, and they're like, all right, let's take that. And that being an excellent choice for San Jose State, because I think if you come out here and you make this a little bit more of an even half, you know, you get to attack first, and this is an even half for San Diego State. They feel a lot better. They've got, you know, a little bit more mental fortitude, and, you know, maybe things are a little bit different here in the second half. But when it comes out and you lose that many in a row, you're down by so much at the half, it can feel like you're digging yourself into a hole.
Cage triggered.
Especially when you're already on match point, that has to do something where you're thinking, okay, how many rounds do we have to win? What do I do if I lose this round? Uh-oh.
Ooh, gets one, but unfortunately Hachi ducking under the knives. Not quite going to make that so easy as the continued knives come in. And once again, this is not the first time I've said this in the last few rounds. Man advantage for San Diego State, but San Jose State playing different angles and using timing to their advantage so well that they're often able to negate these man advantages despite the fact that they have time against them.
Yeah, Hachi actually teleported to B, so he actually kind of left his team in a 2-on-2.
He did. He's all by himself.
Remaining.
The teleport. Wow.
He thought they were on B, so he tried to teleport to be defending and ended up kind of threw that man advantage away. Now he's going to have to retake with a 1-on-2 for the match.
Yeah, there's no saving. You can't. This is it. You have to clutch this 1v2, and you have to do it before the spike goes off. Or you have to be content with second place here in the Mountain West Championships. And this is a tall order. Hachi has been playing very well. I want to commend him, but this is still a lot to ask. And he will get the info that he needs. Doesn't quite line up the headshots, though. And that's going to be that. San Jose State are your champions of the Mountain West, taking it 2-0 over the Aztecs.
Yeah, honestly, a fantastic. That game one for San Diego State is just, I think, a taste of what could be in the Mountain West, because they were so close to San Jose State, but they clearly woke the sleeping giant, the Spartans, with a great decision to make the Aztec attack first, and that was all they needed to claim the first ever Mountain West Valorant Championship. Don't forget, Idaho Codes, a sponsored summer computer science program open to all 7th through 12th grade students in every Idaho school district, teaching coding and programming courses. Students who complete Idaho Codes have various credit opportunities and can network with those in industry. Please encourage students in every district to register at www.idahocodes.org. The program is free for the first 1,000 students registered, and there are options to participate either on campus or online. Idaho Code's also looking for local college students with a background in coding to be mentors for Idaho Codes. It pays up to $2,000. Big congratulations to San Jose State. You can see their trophy if we are able to get an eye on it, because we can see what the Overwatch version of the trophy looks like, so the Spartans can know what's heading their way, as our Overwatch trophy arrived in Arena earlier today. But Voiceless, honestly, I thought San Diego State had more in them, but we could kind of see attacking is probably what they'll spend all summer working on.
Hopefully, and I think a little bit more of that information gathering, spreading their attack out through defaults and maybe some mid control, especially on Ascent, could have been a great way they could have improved their chances a little bit there against San Jose State. But we got all the time to work on it now, because that is going to be it for our season.
Yeah, and I mean, it's, also with what could have been, unfortunately, with how late in the season it is, Durag having something come up, not able to play, and his substitute, I won't say played bad, but didn't have the impact that we saw from Durag, and you never know. But as you said, that's our season. A fantastic, honestly, I think, first season. I mean, you covered more of it than I did. I have to say, a great first season for Valorant. I think Valorant has been a lot more surprising, at least for someone like me, than I thought it would be success-wise in collegiate esports, because people picked it up like that.
I've really enjoyed Valorant since its inception. I like that it combines, some of that character flavor that you get from some sort of team-based shooters, as well as the capacity for one individual to just carry his team.
Yep.
It just is a great mix of strategy and gunplay and all that great stuff for me. So big thanks to Riot for making that game, and big thanks to everybody who plays it, so I have something awesome to cast here at Boise State.
Well, I mean, any final thoughts, Voiceless, for the whole season? I mean, I know we would love to have had Boise State be the champions, but any final thoughts for the Mountain West season overall?
Great season, everybody. It was a pleasure. I'm really looking forward to Boise State going varsity with our Valorant program. We'll see you back in the fall for that. And really looking forward to seeing another great season of Valorant from all you Mountain West players next fall when we come back.
I cannot wait to see the Mountain West has fully embraced esports in a lot of different realms. I know League of Legends and Overwatch they've fully embraced, and I expect Valorant to be the next one. And hopefully next spring we won't be in the Game Pants Esports Arena. We'll be down in Vegas for the Valorant Championships. That would be absolutely fantastic. But we will close out this with the Idaho Army National Guard, the top 5 plays of the game. The Idaho Army National Guard invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. More than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your Groove Choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is one of the best teams out there. Reach out to them on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. Huge congratulations to San Jose State. They are your Mountain West champions. San Diego State and Boise State, though, are close behind. You got to be careful, and I cannot wait. As Voiceless said, Boise State makes Valorant an official varsity game in the fall. Cannot wait to see what happens, but until the fall, have a good evening.
When you make that choice, you have to be prepared that someone might just hold that garage wall and just wallbang you. Jesus.
This is the part where we talked about where maybe they awoke the sleeping giant.
Yeah, this seems to be San Diego State getting. Oh, no scoped! Oh! Was all set up
30
there as
seconds
well.
left.
I think when you have a couple players tagged up like this,
Shadows traveling.
I don't quite know what San Diego State was expecting pushing back C-Long.
Last player.
I think the hope there, because they hadn't gained enough information, they had lost their initiator.
Here from Crayola.
Very good look. Gonna get one in garage. Gonna pull himself back just out of range before he's able to be traded by the player coming in through garage window. And now he's holding a very close window with his fellow Phoenix. Oh, doesn't even go down as they take down Destroyer in trade. Perfect blind coming in through from Durag. And that was a clean. They are down a player at this point, but their Killjoy has been tagged up just a little bit. Ooh, that's a crispy op shot from Chris. No pun intended.
Again, I think I can get over San Diego State again trying to make this C-Long push work, and it just doesn't.
No, I think.
Spike, now he'll slam it down. Jet for San Diego State is incredibly low. Soft gust should take him out.
Especially with two shock darts remaining on the side, that can be incredibly dangerous. There it is, just as you mentioned, the shock dart, or sorry, the spray coming through and taking down the Jet. Just one remaining. It's Hesse. He'll get taken down by a headshot. I think the